Let's fucking go.
Oh. Oh. This music is hype. I still feel like Tekken 6 music is really good. Also, hi. Hi, Brian. Hi, Pinky. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for the subscribe. Oh my god, 8 months with Prime? Oh, thank you. Also, I'm a little bit late today. I'm sorry. Heckin allergies. Allergies hitting me hard today. How we going? Allergy strikes me hard today, so not too good. But other than that, I'm pretty okay. Where's my kobold? Yep. Oh shit. You click. Yep. You get a yip by yours truly. Maybe I should like, yeah, I should totally record my own yip and then just like, I'll alter the voice a little bit. So I'm gonna, apparently, Narix told me there's a new trailer dropped. Let's see. It's Lars this time. Oh my god, yeah, this Lars. They're really just spitting out. They're just really spitting out heckin' trailers. Also, hi Dab, welcome in. Man, for the past 2 days, I have not been active at all. I didn't even check my Discord server. It's like, oh my god, oh shit. Oh, Nari's got the... Oh, Baruki's done, nice. Lars from that one Naruto game. Wait, there's Lars in Naruto as well? I didn't know that. They're really trying to get the hype as high as possible when it's released. Yeah, I was hoping for a release date someday, but man, they don't have release date yet. It's kind of sad, but I want a release date. I want a release date. Also, this music, Tekken 6 music is so goddamn hype, by the way. Number 1. Especially this one. Oh, is really can be disabled? Oh, sorry. I guess I didn't check well. I disabled redeem last time because when I was playing Neo, I have to revert myself to 2D, so that's why. Just really pet me. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Oh, sorry. It should be on. Yeah, there it is. Okay, let me find... There it is. I found Lars Alexandersson. Peggy 16. What do I expect from Lars, honestly? I don't know. I never played Lars. But from the thumbnail, Lars looks really cool. Like, honestly, Lars from Tekken 6 looks really good. And then, after Tekken 6, Lars just kinda looks... the same or a little bit weird, I think. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I feel like I don't know what to expect for Lars, to be honest. We do see a tiny bit of Lars during the announced trailer in Evo, I think. Yeah, at that time, the first ever Tekken 7 trailer. Took some hits for being generic and similar something. I wouldn't say generic. Or he's too much of a the main character syndrome to a point where I just see him as a little bit you know. You know, when the character is too like, I'm gonna make the world a better place, hee, I will go on the adventure and everything will surely go alright, that kind of vibe, you know. I know Lars is not like that, but the vibe he's exuding is something like that. So a little bit from me. Yeah, a lot of male reactions like okay, I found it. Peggy 16, there it is. Here, let me just shrink myself real quick. Still haven't done the camera yet, don't worry about it. I should make a camera for this. Is there like a button and then just like change the camera? Maybe there is, I just need to... Yeah, I guess I just need to look into it. There. Tekken 6. Dude, Tekken 6 is cool. But then again, when I last look at Tekken 6 facial expression is so funny. Alright, we found Lars. What do I expect? I don't know. I'm just gonna go through this. All I know is that I know Lars has like the key moves up for 4 up for 3 orbital. 2 one-sided entry. That's all I know. I don't know much about Lars, like, if at all. So I'm just gonna watch through this trailer and see what I got. Right? See what I recognize. Did they change Lars? Take on the Faces are great too. Take on the Faces is iconic. They are iconic. But I think Tekken 6 facial expression is more uncanny than anything. It's scary. Huh? Why is there no sound? Did I mute the tab again? I did. I'm stupid. There. Alright, what do we get? Hit me.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh.
Section 8.
Oh.
New challenger. Lars Alexanderson. Target を確認。戦闘を開始する。
Oh. Whoa. Free side switch? Okay, new wall thing. Oh, okay. It can stomp when people are not on the floor anymore? Dive kick? Damn. There it is. 2 one-sided entry, 1. Oh shit. Yeah. Whoa. Fuck. Wait a second. Oh shit. Is there more? Ah, there's no more. Not sure how I feel about the new Bandai Namco logo, like the yellow one better. I don't know, this one feels a little bit basic. At least the Bandai Namco, the previous icon looks a little bit fun. But this one just looks like word in the box. To me anyway, right? To me. Quick comparison of last ultimate jutsu in Naruto. Here, let me open up this one, but let me look through the trailer first. It doesn't play immediately, right? Okay, good. Let me look through this trailer again, but dude, Lars... Yeah, they made Lars not as protagonist syndrome. Like not, or at least let's say they still retain the protagonist syndrome, but they made it so Lars deserves it. It feels like they give Lars so much more things that look so cool, and I feel like yeah, now Lars gets to be protagonist syndrome, and I think well deserved. That's how I'm gonna put it. All right, let's see the render.
Get ready for the next battle. Section 8.
Oh, is he Icelandic? I don't know. Isn't Lars Japanese? I have no idea. I thought Lars is Japanese. Well, I think. Oh, unless you're referring to someone else, then sorry. But yeah, this render, ooh. Hey, this one reminds me of the glass armor in Skyrim. Like last night I played a little bit of Skyrim, and I got to glass armor, and this is what the glass armor looks like. Kinda. I mean, at least the color palette is like, yeah, it's exactly like this. Castlevania protagonist. I see the resemblance. Huge collar and gold trim. That hair. Yeah, I mean, Lars always has this kind of hair. I think Lars's hair is really good. I wish my hair can do like this, you know, but my hair just like plops down all the time. Bishonen icon. Yeah, Bishonen icon. Wiki said something Swedish mother and Mishima father. Oh. Oh yeah, I do hear Lars is like a distant relative to Mishima. So like, so is Li Chao Lan. You know, Li Chao Bla is like Kazuya's brother. And then Lars is also Mishima's bloodline, kind of. It's weird. I didn't read the lore too much. But yeah, Lars looks really good. Loving the new... Oh, look at that! Lion. Well, if Leon does play Tekken, Leon's gonna play Lars just because of this. Need a lot of hairspray to make that much hair stand up like that. I'm pretty sure, yeah. He could have legally called Heihachi Pappy. Yeah, he could have. He could have, totally. Yeah, Lars looks way cooler now. Something about the facial expression, make Lars looks really good. I like. I'm loving Lars. He looks determined. Yeah, he doesn't look. He's not that smug. That smug like I can do anything. And if you can do that, I can only do it better. That kind of smug, you know. But now Lars is like, I will get this done, and that's it. Yeah, he knows he's gonna put in some effort. It's not like I'm the prodigy anymore. At least the vibe, right? At least the vibe. Yeah. Dude, that's a cool intro. That's a really cool intro. See what I mean? He knows he's gonna put in some effort now. Still slides, yep. Yep, the throw is still there. There's some janky stuff with Lars. While sending 2-3 into the down stance. Okay, into 2, I think. Yeah, this one is like the still samey, but this one feels a little bit different. This one looks a little bit tracking now, or even homing, to be honest. But I don't know. Okay, up forward 3+4, hold. for a troll. This troll always looks good. Is he a secret agent? Honestly, I have no idea. But I know that he first introduced as like an army or something. Like in Tekken 6, he was in some sort of an army? But I'm not too sure which army is he with. Is it with Jin's army? I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. All I know is that he works with Alisa. That's it, I guess. I'm not too sure. Okay, this one is jank. This one is so jank. What is this? They gave Lars a hell sweep. So this is the Lars hell sweep, right? Lars hell sweep. And then it's not pushed back anymore. So now it's like, oh god. Oh, hi cheese. Hi cheesecake. Welcome in cheesecake. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Yay. Hope you're doing good. Are you a dragon of cheesecake? Yes. And cheesecake's very adorbs and very delicious. Yeah, you have the power. Thank you. Cheesecake. Yes. Hell sweep into this? So it's a low high now? Low high into stance cancel? Looks... Yeah, into this stance? Into another low? Into slide, is it? No, into another low. Huh? So this stands too low. This one looks like Lars one tree, but only the tree, no one. Brand back. Wait. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I mean I don't know much about Lars, but I can see like the surface level. It has a lot of Cheesecake Drag is I believe is the chatting the chat account with Cheesecake, and then Durgan is a streaming channel. As I understand it. Yeah, phone account. Yeah. Okay, into back 4 counter hit. Upward 4. Oh! Yeah, into stance. So weird. What is this? 2-2? Is this 2-2? New 2-2 looks good? Wait a minute. Orbital? Okay, wait. Okay, orbital. You know what? I'm gonna continue this music. Give me a second. And I'm just gonna play this in 0.5. Mute this. Is it a 1? No, that's not 1-2. That has to be 2-2. That has to be 2-2. Low crush. Yeah, 2-2. 2-2 stance? Is that a stance? That could be a stance. A very fast stance, I believe. It could be, right? It looks like it. When Lars is like just sitting on the floor. Sorry. Where is it? This one. Yeah, looks like stance to me. Because Lars did stop there for a little bit and then just do this. Into 4-3. Oh, wait. What was that? Which move cancel into that? Oh, wow. 4-3-2? 4-3 stands into 2 into... Damn, okay. I mean, that looks cool. It feels like they gave Lars a campo or some shit. What's that cat? Oh, Lars always says this. Okay, good. I had no idea you can have a different display name as hey. No, isn't that why do streamers have different accounts for their phone instead of using the same one? I don't answer, but I can't say. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't want to pry. It's fine. And then Lars now feels very like a good kind of confident this time, because it's more like, do you think you can stop me? But now it's like, there's no way you can stop me. The difference in speech, right? I love how there's so much character development from just the trailer alone. Like these days, the trailers, yeah, just the trailers alone, they have so much character development, and I appreciate it so much. Yeah, the classic stance 1 bound. Oh, that bound looks good. That's a screw move now. 3 stance 4, I think. It baffles me. Okay, wait. Let's rewatch this. I'm gonna watch the bound. Yep, still no eyes. It's fine. The screw now looks so good. This. You can stance into stomp. I mean, usually in Tekken games, stomp is only available when when your opponent is on the floor, lying down on the floor, and then you have access to stomp. But now you can just stomp like this, and it gives mega plus frames. Hit dash 50-50 mid, dive kick. Damn, that's beautiful. The dive kick leads to more combo, by the way. This one leads to combo. Look at that. It's not even done yet. Shit. That's a cool looking move. Mid, blocked. Into low. Oh, that's a cool one. Low cross stance. Startup. That's a new move. 2-1 silent entry 2-1. The classic. God, Lars' rage art is good. You know what this means, though, by the way? That particular rage art, do you know what this means? Goodbye, Devil Jin. Goodbye, Devil Jin. Goodbye, Devil Jin. Wee. Yeah, this last shot is good. The victory leads us to better tomorrow. You know what this reminds me of? Yuden. Yuden is in Dragula Lost Protagonist. Yeah, Dragula Lost Protagonist that we play as is exactly like this, kinda. What those time pronouns be? Cheesecake. I'm not sure. Oh god, I don't know. I cannot see the pronoun extension from OBS. But yeah, Lars looks really good. There's not a lot of wow factor for me for this trailer, other than Lars is looking really good, right? It's not as wow as King, know what I mean? But yeah, Lars still looks really good. There it is, the add-on chat pronouns. It's pretty cool. I use that myself. But it doesn't show on OBS, so it's kind of sad. This is a really cool move. It's a new move, it feels like. I think this is a new Hell Sweep. Silent entry 2-1 or 1-2, I don't know. Gosh. I think Lars rage art is like really good. It's almost, I mean, it's not as good as Kazuya's rage art, definitely. Kazuya's rage art so far is #1, Like so far, it's really good. Hi, Satan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not as wow as King's trailer, but it's good enough. You know, they changed the Lars in terms of design quite a bit, and I think I appreciate that a lot. Right, I think I appreciate that a lot. Here, let's watch through the trailer once more. Hi, Rogue. Let's watch it again, full speed.
Get ready for the next battle.
The Lion of the Rebellion.
New challenger, Lars Alexanderson. ターゲットを確認。戦闘を開始する。
That move's like plus as hell, it feels like. 2-2 looks really good on full and like full motion. That move now has a lot of range, I just realized. Stomp into stance? Stomp into stance, I just realized. New move's cool. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know what? On full motion, Lars looks really good. Right? When slowed down, it's a little bit like But I'm just trying to look into like what's going on with this trailer. But yeah, Lars looks really good. And this made me realize how much of a stance character Lars is. Like I know in Tekken 7 Lars has already like 3 different stances. Is it 3 or 2? I think it's 3. 3 different stances? And then it's like, In Tekken 7 there's like a shitload of stances for Lars. At least, you know what? At least Lars don't have 3-1 stance cancel. So is King. You know, no more 3-1 waifu. Like for the first few trailers, who cares? Like so many. Bird? Oh yeah, that's like a bunch of birds outside. Always. Like this morning, this bird outside just keeps spamming honk. I don't know. But yeah, Lars is really good. Why is my mouse not moving? This just makes me doesn't want to wait for goddamn. Sounds so pretty. Yeah. Long snoot. Oh yeah. Am I an aardvark? am I Tapia? Yeah, the bird noise is pretty. Let me see. I bought the game, right? Yeah, I bought the game. I forgot to install this. I want to play this today because I'm not feeling too good. Yeah, let me install this. But why? Oh yeah, I forgot. Pinky did redeem moisturize. You know what is the most wow for me is the stomp into stance. The stomp into stance still baffles me so much. You don't want snoot? No snoot. Okay, fine. Oh, that works. That works. Yep, that works. No problem. No head. Don't worry about it. No head. This... God, that looks so good. The more I look at it... Damn, the more I look at it... Yeah. So good. Oh. Oh, hi, Mion. We're coming in, Leon. Leon, sorry. Mion. Sorry, there's someone else named Leon as well. Oh, gosh. Quick comparison of Lars, Ultimate Jutsu in Naruto Ninja Storm 2 and Rage on in Tekken 8. Oh shit, then it's only a... Sorry, give me... Stink! Oh, nice. Is this the quality? That's the quality? Wait, let me look at it again. How this Cobalt has been struck with allergies. But other than that, this Cobalt is good. I mean, it's kind of the same-ish, I guess. Not exactly the same, but I can see the resemblance. Even though the quality is like... Guys, why are you trying to drown me? Make sure you have plenty of Sky Juice trademark. There's no Sky Juice here. I never prefer Sky Juice. I don't even remember the existence of Sky Juice. 500 ml per redeem, mati saya. 1 liter tak boleh lah. Don't drown me. I don't get drowned. Okay, I'm just gonna moisturize real quick. Also, I'm gonna change the title. I'm gonna play Dungeon of Aether today. I know I said I want to do art, but man, man. This year's my quote. This year my quote is definitely gonna be, I know I said I want to do art, but but that's the quote of the year. There's so many people playing Resident Evil. What's going on? This art is just playing. I mean, true. I thought I saw a cool lizard in Dungeon of Aether. Dungeon of Aether. Cool lizard in. That's the title. There it is, I changed the title. All good. Somebody told me earlier today that Sky Juice is a colloquial term for water in Malaysia, and I'm infinitely amused by it. Oh yeah, air. Oh shit, because in Malaysia water is air. Air. It's literally air, but it's air. I swam, terima kasih. Makasih. Because I have humor of a child. You know what? I just realized that, and man, no, good stuff. I might get Sky Juice for that. Self-stream always overwhelm me with fast since military wakes up to the starting music. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, the music today is kind of booming. It's a little bit booming, I would say. More moisturized. Yeah, I will. I get a drink. Okay. If the truck is in there. Why is water I don't understand. Yeah, me too. I don't know. I mean, it's I. There's no way around. It's I. Alright, let's play. I wanna play some gummies. Let's play some gummies. I think that's cool, Limser, right? Full screen on color scheme default. Is it possible to use control to play this game? Is it possible? Oh shit, where's my cable? Oh my god, there's too many cable in my table. And it rhymes, let's go. Too much cable on table. Yeah. Where's my goddamn control? There it is. Okay, I found it. Just need to... Yep, okay, good. Got him. Got my controller. Honestly, I was debating whether to play Tekken today, but nah, I don't think I'm in a good mental state to play Tekken. Okay, no controller it is. Good, thanks game. Just want to try it out. Just want to make sure if I can use controller to play this game. Oh, gamepad and keys. Oh, hey. Oh, they're very strict about this. Gamepad and keys then, right? Let me hide my mouse. Is it possible to hide my mouse somewhere? The game is kind of soft, isn't it? Or is it just me? Taken is that? Oh shit! Okay, that's very loud.
Before history, before legend, even.
Yeah.
There was a battle between the elemental forces of ether and the darkness from the abyss. The fight reshaped the land.
So many dragons?
Generations. The people of ether came together, all tribes, all elements, and sealed the darkness away. They freely gave everything they had to save each other and the world. The fallen and their treasures were buried deep beneath what is now Jules Vale. Now, countless fortune hunters and adventurers dive into the mines to find wealth and excitement. I feel
oh my god.
As well.
Think. Basic movement is a skill check. Yeah. Try backdashing 3 times in a row. That's good enough. Yeah, probably just use the star being louder from rivals. You know what? Maybe that's pretty true. Thank you, Anonymous, for the Omega Loot Fart #1. Alright, I love it. It's a big boy fart right there. Also stink. Alright, story mood. New game. Recommend of the player who want to focus on the story. Characters have higher stats and enemies never use advanced abilities. Hi, Aaron Jenna. Welcome. VO in Aether? Recommended for experienced play in strategy games. Enemy have advanced AI and abilities. Recommend the player looking for a challenge. Enemies have higher stats as well as advanced AI and abilities. Advanced AI? Damn. Let's play advanced. I do love a bit of a challenge. Here, let's do it. Advanced it is, alright? Advanced it is. Butt pinking. But agenda, wow. They've been doing lore stuff for a while. It was only a question of time till they did more intro. Ugh. Ugh. Mion stink. Oh, this is exactly why I bought this game. Looks so good. Busok, you're the Busok one. Kabula Busok. There's got to be some kind of incriminating evidence stash here. Hey, who's there, Eliana? If it's you again, I swear. I mean, you can't hide your evil deeds forever, you badger, Cole Lackey. I beg your pardon? Prepare to face justice for your crimes against Julesvale. Oh wait, I know you. You're the crazy vigilante who harasses folks around town. I'm Fleet, and I'm the Archer of Justice. My aim is always true. Uh-huh. Well, you missed the mark on me. I'm not with Badger Co. anymore. And I certainly don't have any love for them. A likely story. Believe what you want. When I warned them they were being stupid and reckless with their mining operations, they fired me. It was very public. I'm honestly surprised they didn't hear us hollering across the ether. Oh ho, you're the kin. Then you're a kindred spirit. It was delight at the thought of stopping their villainy. I wouldn't go that far. Although I wouldn't be opposed to throwing a spanner in their works. It would give the local businesses a chance to get back on their feet. Okay, I kind of like Fleet. A little bit. I was raised being told not to trust people over the internet, so I created a plain sounding pseudonym that nobody would question if it was my real name or not. So I'm Brian. I mean, Brian Tekken is pretty cool. The rebel who made mech? And stop their vile industry from corrupting our fair town with their eldritch, vileness. Oh boy. Badger Corporation is definitely up to something, but I'm not going to enable your power fantasy just to see you get hurt. I can fight. This voice isn't just for show. Here, go a few rounds with my little training robot here. Let me see if you actually know how to use that thing. With pleasure. Snake mech suit. I miss Eliana, my main snake. Let me explain how the pro does this. Watch and learn. I like to break a fight down into 4 stats: attack, defense, accuracy, and speed. Oh shit. This super hard furry dicey game. Hi Rollins. You're welcome, Brian. Should have used the official emote. Let's just sub. My stats are here on the left. And I'm guessing the dummy stats are like this here on the right. If my attack is higher than my opponent's defense, then I'll land a hit, and maybe apply an effect. Side note, if my defense equals or is higher than the enemy's attack, I'll block them and be fine. Oh, okay. Even the same, so I win? Same goes to the opponent, okay. Now let's look what we can each do. All my skills are on the left and all the dummies are on the right. I can see what they do? Damn. I heard this game is challenging as hell. No one told me that when I chose the challenging difficulty, I'm gonna die. Oh shit. It's fine, I can survive this. And right now my attack is higher than my opponent's defense, so I'll land a hit. These show how much damage a character can take before fainting. Okay. Lecture's over, time to apply that knowledge. And pick the strike ability to deal some damage. You can press LB to quickly move your abilities. Damn, the animation is beautiful. Shit. Thanks to my higher defense, I blocked my opponent's attack. Did you see how my guard ability wasn't available? That's cause I didn't have enough accuracy. So, the higher my accuracy is, the more options I have. Last but not least, let's talk about speed. Whoever has the most speed goes first. This is crucial on effects that apply in the same turn. If I have the same speed as the opponent, I'll go first. Hero's Initiative. Each turn starts with a dice draft. Each dice color matches a stat color. Place a 6... text slot. Whoa, like that? Okay. Yeah, now I got +6 added to my attack. She's so fucking adorable, I'm simping hard. I'm waiting for a lizard here. I'm waiting for some reptilian representative. See that? The enemy took a die too. You gotta be strategic in your picks. I can use any colored die to give +1 to any off-colored stat. What? Nice, even if it's just +1 to my defense, that's enough to block my enemy's attack. I should still outpace him with my highest speed, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious. Oh, and any die with a value of 1 can only be used with the same color. Praise Morning Brain, cool name you've chosen. It's Brian from Tekken, hell yeah. Time to end this battle. That was actually rather impressive. I know, right? You're all a quiver in my archery skills. Stop that. You might just be able to pull this off. First, I'm going to clean up the mess you've made in here. Sorry about that. Can I help? Yeah, get out of my way for a bit. Right, I'll just swing by the inn and see if anyone needs help in the meanwhile. So I play as Flip? I don't know why I like the sound effect of this. The innkeeper is Holly? Oh shit. Oh shit! Oh, you're right. Oh my god, you're right. Oh, welcome. You can explore the depths on an empty stomach or tired feet. Why not grab a bite and rest a spell? You'll be amazed how much more you can do after a little R&R. You need that rest, friend. Puasa kobold. Saya bukan saya bukan Malay. Saya tak perlu puasa. I'm Chinese. But I respect those who can puasa. I cannot. Even for a day, tell me to puasa and not eat things for a whole day, and I can only eat during the midnight. Fuck. I cannot do that. More hotties in furry game? Yeah. Ah, that felt great. Nothing like a nice rest to give me the extra stamina I need for the battles ahead. It slept well, huh? Yeah, because you're here. God, that looks so good. Alright, partner, what's the plan? We are not partners. If you are serious about this, first we need to do some reconnaissance. I'm sure Badger Corporation is modifying the designs I made for them. Intellectual theft, the fiends. More that they don't know what they're doing and somebody could get hurt. And head down into the caravan to see if we can find any blueprints. Are you sure we can do something more, more? I'm the Archer of Justice. How would I not know about all the good I'm doing if there's no razzle-dazzle? I've already dealt with one vainglorious hothead. Don't make me regret working with you. Sorry. Think of it this way, if you know how they are building and repairing their diggers, you know where to snipe the weak spots, right? Hey, yeah, now you're talking back in the flash. It's better if you sleep with me. It's better if you sleep with us. Gosh. Alright. Just noticed the time. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down for sleep. Okay, Brian. Thanks again for the subscribe. Big appreciate. Have good sleep, alright? Have good rest. I've got to find and retrieve Ayala's blueprints from Badger Corporation in the mines. Oh yeah! What a gem. We jamming. So good. No regret. No regret. Nice. Good jam, good jam. And good sleep. To look around, press A to move to a room. Use toggle free cam. Oh. 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 Kitty? Oh, that's all Kitty. Defense, right? I'll get attack. Let's be. I can't pierce this defense with my current draft. But I can still salvage this. I use my techniques to help myself now or in the future. I don't even need to land a hit to make them work. I better brace and use my guard this turn. Use guard to continue, alright. Oh, wow. Surely I have enough defense, right? But even if I put it here, it's just +1. Yeah, it's only +1. And then speed is like this. What's with this draft? I don't even attack again! At least I have the extra defense die thanks to a technique I've used last turn. But even using my 2 defense dice to increase my attack, I won't beat his own defense. Eureka! The stamina I recover at the timer can boost any of my stats! Use your stamina to grant +3 to attack during this turn. Even that's not enough! Still not enough! Wait, I still have the peach I won for the last battle. Wow. Sure. Now then, have at you! Increase the attack by repositioning your dice and using your stamina. Then connect with strike. The same will get blocked still, right? Yeah, they only have 1 defense, so this should be enough. Oh, this will attack. I'm gonna get attacked. Whoa, the attack is more than my defense. I only have enough ACC to do a strike. Oh, my speed is higher, so I should be able to end this fight first. Oh shit. I forgot enemies can use the stamina at the end of draft 2. Okay. Just gonna get the first hit and I'm out of options. As long as I don't lose all 3 hearts, there's always a chance to heal though. Alright, sure. React? On connect, deal 1 damage instantly against 2 defense. So it uses a ton of boost to the stance. Not sure what me thinks of that. It's interesting to say the least. I don't think I can get used to that very fast. Take advantage of your speed by instantly increasing your defense after a connect. What? Oh, the music. Is that a treasure chest? It's gonna have some useful items inside. To unlock it, I'll have to beat each stat number using my draft items and even my stamina. But I can reroll my remaining draft only 3 times, so hopefully luck is on my side today. Oh, it's locked, right? 4 defense, 8 attack. Do I need to win everything or do I just need to attack the chest? I think I need to win against all the stats, don't I? That's a little bit too much, isn't it? Oh my god, okay. Oh, I can use all the... Oh shit. Need one more. I already unlocked it, didn't I? Oh wait, I can just put it here. There it is. Oh, interesting. I forgot, I need to remember... Any number that's more than 1 can +1 to the other stats of the different color. Okay. Grade 1, 2 attack die on the next turn, 2 SCC die on the next turn. Improve your chances to connect on the next turn to stage and all-out attack. Useless in battle but valued at shops. Oh, okay, good. Are these weasels or are these kitty? Oh yeah, I cannot reroll. Meow meow. Are those meow meow? Maybe they are meow meow. I'm gonna get attacked. They're definitely going to land their next hit. I will stamina to help my stats, but I can still use my speed to my advantage. Use React to increase your defense instantly when your ability connects. Yeah, that's why speed is of the essence. Oh, if I'm faster, I can use React. Everyone's meow meow by default. Okay. I can get more speed first. Or defense. I can get defense. Oh, they got SCC? I can get speed. Okay, I have enough speed. Let's get this one. They're gonna taunt. Inflicts -2 SCC to the opponent on the next turn. Oh shit. Whistle look kinda hot. Kinda, yeah. But then again, I'm looking for reptilian representative. Guard. Let's prepare for this. No attack, weird. Okay, I have enough speed. Let's get all ACC. They strike, but they cannot strike me, right? So I'm gonna block. Let's get focus. Oh, that's a lot of defense. God. Oh wait, if I get this, they might get this, and I'm gonna get attack so that I can break through the defense. Unless they get this one first, then I'm fucked. What if I just strike now? Like, if I strike now, will I win? I mean, I have the initiative, right? I don't even need to take this. Can I do it? Oh, okay, I need to, okay, fine. Oh, this is, why is this so hard? Wonder what they're gonna get. Okay, so they do like defense, okay. Get this. They have 4 defense. 4. Okay, I'm getting this one. Oh, I cannot. Okay. This one? There. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Attack. Okay, this requires so much more brain power than I thought. My brain is gonna get fried playing more of this game. On connect, deals 1 damage, instantly discards 1 opponent's die. And grants 1 die. Mess up opponent's strategy when building your own for the next round. Ooh. Gem of Wind. Ooh, a gem. I can embed it into my weapon for extra effects. This one will automatically discard any die with value of 1 drafted by my opponent. They don't last forever though, so I need to keep an eye on their durability meter. Yeah. They make the dicey dungeon game look like easy to me. Ooh, there's a doctor up ahead. I can finally recover all my HP. Is that a doctor? Can I look at you? Can I look at how you look like? Dang it. Stamina dice can be used in any slot while keeping their value intact. Whoa, that's strong. But then I'm gonna get attacked, right? So stamina dice is like the wild card, isn't it? Yeah, feels like it, right? Feels like it. Yeah, my defense is getting broken. They're gonna get 6 attack. I'm gonna get this one. And they're gonna 6 speed. But then my speed is not enough. Yeah, they're faster at this point. I could do damage as well. On the next turn. Hobo. Oh, hi Drac. Oh, it's been a while. Hope you're doing good. The grants 3 stamina. Cheap. 7. If I eat this, I can block the attack. I wonder if they're gonna do taunt if I do block it. Right, since my speed is like way slower, let's eat this. Use anything that I can. instantly gains 2 defense. Oh wait. Liu Qi. But then they're faster, right? Yeah, they're faster. I can use it. It's okay. I'm gonna use all my 3 stamina instantly, just to block the attack and deal 1 damage to it. Oh, they're using Taunt! So they changed... Oh shit. Okay. I'm just gonna strike, it's fine. Yeah, they changed strategy. Oh my god. We're both gonna get this, right? Yep. And then they're probably gonna get... I'll just block the attack. They get that one? Fuck, I didn't expect that. They're gonna be faster. God damn it. I can't do shit. I'm gonna get attack anyway. Fine. What does that mean? Why do you have this thing? Oh, it's 1 drafted. Okay, okay. The same fence I blocked it. Okay, so even if they add 2 stamina to it, my attack is not enough. This won't connect, yeah.
The exception is yellow stamina dice, which can give their full value to any stat.
Yeah. I was wondering about that little wave effect, but then I know it's the gem effect, the gem of the gem of whatever that is. I'm gonna focus. They cannot attack me as well. They taunt. Okay, we negate the taunt. Good. If opponent take any 1 dice, I'm getting this one. There, I can still attack them. And we can get speed. They cannot get that. Okay, they're trying to get stamina now. They're trying to block the attack. There we go. A great way to recharge your stamina if you can't connect this turn. Ooh. If stamina is 3 or lower, instantly gains 3 stamina. 4 or higher grants 1 attack, 1 accuracy, and 1 speed for the next turn. Ooh. This was more for you since we're still mostly asleep while it was explained. It's okay. Tira wins. Tira has big brain. Cheese? Epic? We got an epic cheese? Nice. Epic. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a lot of words. Shit, okay. This is your intrepid reporter Scoop, bringing you the truth about the ins and outs of Julesvale. There's been quite a hubbub around town lately. First off, the influx of new faces has the locals on edge. For every desperate wannabe miner looking to get rich quick, you have 3 more bandits looking to take advantage of them. The town guard can barely keep the peace. This isn't helped by Badger Corporation, which is only fueling the fire. The reckless issuing of mining contracts has only emboldened the prospectors who don't seem to care they are losing 70% of their earnings to company president Badger. The local contractors are out of luck, as Badger Corporation has muscled them out of the mines. Who can we turn to? Unfortunately, our best option seems to be the self-styled vigilante fleet. If you need someone to recklessly cause property damage or to round up Badger Corporation, you can count on her to make a bad situation worse. Some of the locals say they appreciate the fact that somebody is standing up to the corporate monolith, but just as many are tired of crashed-in ceilings and errant arrows. The sample reporter can't speculate on how this will all shake out, but it's clear Jules Vale can't endure all these greedy ambitions. Tira has a brain as big as Crag. Does Crag has big brain? I didn't know that. Oh, that's a blueprint. Let's walk around. Yeah, there's a treasure chest. That's a lot of defense. So getting attack die will be a little bit redundant. So let's play defensively. If I do this, I can focus? Are they gonna attack me with stamina? Craig is pretty big, like physically huge and massive. Yeah, but I don't know about Craig's brain. Yeah, this won't connect. I could focus. There. Then we get this to attack. And we get accuracy. This won't connect? Oh, they +1 stamina! Aye. There. It's gonna connect now. There's no need to react, right? Yeah, they can penetrate my defense. Just strike them. Okay. If I get this, I can block it. Yep. Worth. They get this with same speed by Hero Initiative, so I'm gonna be first. My gem just broke? Okay. They're gonna strike? Okay, we can block their strike, it's fine. Nice. You seem to be pretty at home with the game already. Kinda. I mean, it's complicated, but at the same time, they explain the game really well. So yeah. Restore gems durability. Oh, nice. Just in time too. Oh wait, the gem is gone. Okay, it's fine. There we go. Oh! At the start of the battle? Yes, please. Can't restore nothing? True. Alright, here we go. I equip this. Okay, good. Grant stamina, but I can sell that. Alright. Gosh, the character design is so good! This game deserves more love, holy shit. Cover? What does cover do? Instantly gains 2 defense, grants 1 stamina die on the next turn. Oh my god, okay. They're gonna get attack, right? I'm gonna get this one. They get speed, it's okay. They're gonna get accuracy, which is fine. I'm gonna get some speed. Nah, getting speed will be redundant. Look at how much his speed is. We can get this. We get this. Yeah, they're gonna break it here. I can do this. Unless you use 1 more stamina. On connect, deals 1 damage, instantly discards 1 opponent's die. Grants one die of the discarded die color on the next turn. Grow. Grants 4 stamina die on the next turn? Holy shit! That's so strong? It's okay, we have cheese. Here, we can stun them first. My god, that is so strong. I'm waiting on speed. Getting this one is not enough, but I can get the other ones. Here, let's get this one first. They're gonna get more defense. Okay, fine. I can try to... Oh, they really want defense. Okay. Not enough, right? Ah, not enough. Can check on R34. Oh, hey yo. Since I'm gonna get attacked anyway, it's fine. Treat defense time on the next turn. This won't connect. Ah! Oh, you know what? Let's use stamina for this. We can guard, right? It's okay. Then now we can block that. Unless they're gonna use some more stamina. Okay, they're going cover. Let's guard. If they get this one on attack, it's not gonna be enough. I'm gonna take this. Attack, okay. Get ACC. Oh, I knew it. Okay, so 3, 6, 1, 1. They can still block, right? Even if it's still 1. Yeah, it's not gonna connect. If I do this, I can only guard and strike. Cover is gonna get 2 stamina again, but I can get 1 damage in, which is huge. Yeah, let's do it. Oh! Just get this one first, and also this one. Gonna get more attack, yep, and speed. Okay, now I can work with this. 6. Okay, I can block this, it's fine. 2 attack and 2 ACC. They're gonna go cover, get 2 stamina dice next turn. I can focus, I think? I mean, they cannot attack. You know what? I don't need speed then. Here, let's get snack. Yeah, instantly gain 3 stamina. Huge! Oh, huge. Okay. It's fine. We get attack. We get this. There. I'm getting... Ooh. Don't worry, I have stamina. I win. Oh, the 3 stamina is so strong.
GG easy many re.
GG easy many re. It's fun when I know what I'm doing. On connect, deals 1 damage, grants 2 Whoa! On the next turn, instantly grants 2 So strong? Okay. Gem of Embers. On A press, changes the highest value die on the draft to attack type. Oh. Dude, this game is fun as hell. Oh shit. Here you go, pretty impressive, am I right? Nice work. I'll need to review what they've done to my designs, so give me some time. You do your thing, I'll do mine. I wonder if the merchant has anything I can use. Oh, it's an axolotl? How do you even pronounce that? Oh my god, that's the most adorable thing ever. I love you. Hey there, don't just stop and stare. I've got fine wares from everywhere for fair. If you got the gold, I've got the goods to help to explore more. Oh, is that a golden watch? You know, I can also pay you a fair amount of gold for your leftover trinkets. Here, you can have it, yeah. Thank you very much.
Axolotl.
Axolotl, yeah. Yes, this is a fine watch. Now, why don't you invest your recently earned money into some helpful items? Sure. All your dice become similar dice. Discard opponents' whatever die. Excellent, see you around. Change the highest value die on the draft to attack type. Is that even good? I mean, it's kinda good that I can always land an attack, but what if I don't have defense? Am I gonna die? I don't know, but I'll keep it. Thank you. I'm back. Find anything interesting? More like distressing. What? Are they infusing their dastardly devices with the very hopes and dreams of the people of Julesvale? What? No, they've taken my delicate precision machinery and overclocked it to the extreme. Story of my life. Anyway, this Mega Digger here is modified for maximum output but zero safety. With power like that, they could destabilize the mines, cave in all the Julesvale. And they are doing a test run at the very heart of the caverns. Fleet, you have to stop it from literally undermining the town. I'll bring it down and everyone who gets in my way. Sure. Kothler? Ayala says 4-man Kothler testing site is at the bottom of the mines. I gotta find him and take him down. She always gets her stuff taken and sort of overclocked or overheated or something. Oh, it already happened multiple times? I didn't know. Is there other like Aether games? I know there's Rivals of Aether. There's like Lovers of Aether, and then there's Dungeon of Aether. Is there any more? I only know about these three. So guess why? Maybe that's why I don't know much about the lore of this game. Oh, there's comics for this game? For the Aether universe? Oh my god. I should check them. I should check them out. Alright, let's go. I am loving the music. So good. By the way, I just realized, is the game too loud? No, right? It's constantly on the high yellow side. Not loud? Okay, good. Thank you. Alright, let's fight Kitty. Yeah, there's two dice. AI is gonna get this first, trust me. Look at this. I was wrong, okay. So now we're at yeah. I should have taken red. Oh, they have no speed, okay. Oh. Alright, that's enough. So how many does Snipe need? Oh, let me see. Snipe. Brainstorm stamina on next turn is like against 2 stamina. He's a bit loud when he pays attention, but not in a way that bothers me. Okay. Okay, there we go. They're gonna taunt. What does taunt do? -2 ACC? Fuck. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. We get 2 stamina dice on next turn, which is huge. Dude, that's so good. Take red, take speed, and take ACC. Okay, we don't need defense, we need this. 7... Oh, it's the same. I mean, we win already, right? We win. React and win. Oh no, I got a stun. Honestly, I guess I'm glad I'm playing on advanced, not story. Heal? Stunning! Stunning! Two, 4, there. 5. Now we just need defense. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Sansu. I mean, if I use 3, let's reroll for funsies there. Pick 1. Oh my god. Opens any chest. Grants 3 stamina. Get lower prices at shops. Ooh. What is this? Escape from the fight. I don't think I need this. Do I even need this? Grants 3 stamina. Sure, yeah. Oh, leather. Okay. Okay. Whoa. And scoop here with a retrospective on our omnipresent overlords, Badger Corporation. They own the mines, they own the town, and they own the Julesvale Gazette. Thank you for choosing me over the rag run by spineless kowtowing editors. Founded only 20 years ago, it was one of the many small businesses within the ever-growing Julesvale. Driven by innovation and bold new inventions, founder Alex Badger made numerous investments, some of the dubious nature, to see his company flourish. Badger Corporation became the exciting new place to work and soon became the center of town. And then came the buyout, real estate, foodstuff, utilities. It all became a subsidiary of Badger Corporation. In just a decade, everyone in Julesvale was working for Badger Corporation, whether they knew it or not. Those who spoke out were either muscled out of town or disappeared. And that's why your Interpret reporter Scoop is publishing this paper under a pen name. You can't bury the truth, but you can bury bodies. Damn, this toxic. Alright, that's fine. I'm gonna get this. 2, okay, get this. Getting broken. There. 1, okay. That breaks the defense as well. I can snipe them. I can just snipe them, dude. Red is small amount, but the speed is also small. They might take defense. Yep, okay. I need accuracy, so let them take that. They can take 1 speed. I mean, I cannot attack at all. Let's get accuracy. They're gonna taunt 1. Won't get stamina. Oh shit. Oh, I have a lot of stamina. Okay, okay. Let's make use of this. And React, gain defense immediately. I have speed, right? Then maybe. And gain 2 defense is not enough. Okay, fine. Wait, no. Oh, 2 defense is enough. I don't even need to use stamina for this. I could just react and be safe. Yeah, instantly gains 2 defense. I win. Yeah. Why does Return look kinda lewd? Is it just because of the facial expression? The facial expression does look kinda sus. Take this. 1. Take this. Speed. Trying to defend. Taking no break to my defense. All good. 1 similar. Oh, I win. I have more speed, right? Dude, this is an easy fight. Scroll of dodge. If your speed is equal or higher than your opponent's, you avoid the attack during this turn. Whoa. Oh. But isn't there like a... Which one is free cam again? Oh, there it is. What's with this? I cannot go here. We don't see it. I mean, I don't, but I can kind of see why. Yeah. Oh, they're gonna get speed. I'm gonna get this one. Nah, I get this one. I'm gonna see if I can get 6, 4. Oh, they're gonna block it though. This one, 3. The same is 3. ACC stun? Yeah, this is Hero's Initiative, and I'm blocking the attack. Yeah. Discard. Get out. Get red. They're gonna get ACC, right? They're so gonna get ACC. Lower speed, it's okay. Oh! No way, they won. They really won it. Two can play that game. 3, I win. There. So 2 stamina use, I can snipe them, but I already won. Wait, do I even need stamina for this? No, I have more speed. Let's preserve some stamina. Here, just get this. I'm speed enough. Strike. Easy. Save some stamina. Grand 1-3 attack die. Oh yeah! Let's drop this. Yeah. What's that? Oh my god, okay. The Underground Bulletin. Your beloved Truth Seeker Scoop is here with an exclusive interview. I was able to sit down and speak with one of the few people to be fired by President Badger himself. For her safety, I've been calling her Miss A. Bunny. Ayala. Ooh, loud. A loud motorbike. Okay. I was the technical and mechanical designer for Badger Corporation. Miss A. Bunny tells me They were looking for automated digging solutions. I provided them with a variety of designs meant to keep the operation safe and to move materials at a reasonable rate. Safety and reasonable were criteria they weren't terribly concerned about. Miss A. Bunny then dropped a juicy tidbit. I think there's something else going on. Ever since the first Obsidian ingot was unearthed, Badger Corporation has been ramping up excavation to an insane degree. It can't just be about profits. The fervor they have for gutting the mines is illogical, almost obsessive. What is it that Badger Corporation could be really after? What's driving them to such depths? Your intrepid reporter Scoop will let you know. Alright, appreciate you, Scoop. It's a symbol of moon and stars, so that's my guess. We can fight the kitty again. Still is new. Oh, okay. They're gonna get stamina. Yeah. I already won on speed, so get this one. Yeah, okay, there. Meow Meow versus Meow Meow. Everyone's a Meow Meow. Okay, so I win in every aspect, which is good. I don't even need to react. I just, let's see, I kinda want to stun them. Nah, you know what? It's good. Just strike them. Yeah, we can block that. Oh, there's no defense. I think going for this one is good. They get that one. I'll get ACC, they're gonna get speed. Oh shit, if I get speed, they won. They get that one? Shit, okay. Thanks. So, what can I do? 3-6 snipe I won, but I think I need to react to preserve. Wait, I already won. Get out of here. Oh, what is that? Meow Meow wins. Alright. They say justice is blind. That might explain why Juicevale's self-proclaimed Archer of Justice misses the mark so often. In this week's latest debacle, the arrow-flinging rogue named Fleet confronted a team of Badger Corporation tenant enforcers. The corporate goons were set to evict another batch of locals when Fleet descended upon them with a flurry of arrows and curses. While your friend Scoop have no love for Badger Corporation or its heartless lackeys, the situation was only made worse by Fleet. After the battle, much of the living complex was wrecked, forcing the tenants to move out anyway. Badger Corporation demolitions was swiftly summoned to condemn the damaged property and set it to be razed. What will go up in its place? You guessed it, Badger Corporation property's newest set of premium-priced housing. Will the former occupants get access to these new units or at least a discount? Of course not. Will Badger Corporation Realty get called out for hogging all the living space as rental units? Definitely not. And will Fleet be held accountable for making things worse? That's a hat trick of nope. The one silver lining is local philanthropist Randall will be paying for temporary lodging of the displaced locals. Oh, okay. At least there's some good. Yeah. Truly the silver lining. Okay, okay. Grants 3 stamina. I don't need it. Is that a Schneeku? Wait, is that a Schneeku? That looks like a snake. It's not just me, right? The speed and attack is justice? Yeah. I realize how good speed and attack is. Being evicted so there can be new houses built has to be one of the dumbest profit things we can think of. Maybe. I mean, I'm not a really good businessman, but... Alright, let's fight. Mion, stinky. Anarix. Narixu. Thank you for the subscribe. Also, Mion Stinky. Ooh, 5 stamina. Shit. Get this. We already have enough attack, but if they get more attack, they're gonna get speed. I still saw a last trailer. Yeah. Also, I sim for Baruki a lot. Fuck, I knew it. I'll take 1 hit then. Is 1 hit worth? If your speed is equal or higher than your opponent, you avoid the attack this turn. Okay, I'll use this one. Stun. Stun will remove 1 die. Even if I remove the 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd rather just avoid. I can use some stamina then. If there's a bed, I can sleep, right? So I need 6. If I need stun, actually. Oh, I can stun. Okay, fuck. Now I can stun. Stun. Get rid of 5. There we go. Oh, they really want to be faster than me. If I react, I win. Yeah, I react, I win. Oh, I'm getting this one. It's fine. We get 6 speed, they get 4 defense, I get 3 defense. 3 speed, I still win. And not enough for react, huh? Oh wait, I already won. Just get him. Keep 1 of your die until next turn. Scroll of Endurance. Let me see the other items. Like, this one could be good in a pinch. This one I don't see it. Yeah, grab 1 stamina die. 3 stamina die, that's pretty good. And I get 3 stamina for this. All your dice become stamina dice. I think for the boss fight, I'll use that. I mean, these are really good stuff. Some defensive, very offensive items here. Yeah, all good. Click on the shiny thing. It is the snake though. Lizard? Limzard? I pay a fortune for food. Food item. That looks like food item. Here, you can have that. It's for you. Bless you. Oh my god, that's so adorable. I love. Oh, so adorable. I love you. Do I come from here? No, I came from here. Oh, no. Oh, this is the next floor. Gonna input the code. Oh! Where's the other one? I don't see two. Maybe I have to fight you. One. Whoa. What, they really want to attack, okay. They really want the defense. 5 defense. I'm gonna get attacked though. I only need one more. Nah. And I can snipe him. Snipe is so strong. Speed? No speed? Okay, I win. Alright, I win. Very nice. Get out. Oh, I got it back. Oh, there it is. So it's a peak red snake. Okay, peak snake red. This one? I can't believe it's open! Wow. Food item recover 1 HP in addition to current effect once per battle. Ooh, damn! Gain 3 stamina. Sure. There, now we have maximum stamina. Then we can proceed to the next floor here. What's that? Return to the surface, you can resume here. Like, nope, I'm good. Oh, I assume that's a boss. Okay, we come back later. Doctor, okay, we have full health, it's fine. A bigger picture, I unlocked something. Jules Vale is nestled in the northern foothills of the Archai Mountains, meaning we don't get a lot of traffic. The local shops are used to catering to the odd wall runner on the supply run, or dealing with the pushy soldiers of the Air Armada. Even with the influx of treasure hunters, the keen eye of Scoop, your ever observant reporter, can spot a truly unusual visitor. In recent days, I've spotted a unique-looking woman, asking questions about the recent Obsidian Rush and Badger Corporation's mining efforts. She keeps to herself and disappears as quickly as she appears. Only once, when confronted by some of Badger Corporation's goons, did I witness her devastate them with a flurry of crystalline attacks. Who does crystalline attacks? It's not Absa. It's not Claire. It's a good feature. Return to surface thing. Yeah, that seems very handy. I've done some digging, and both her attire and fighting style seem similar to the fabled warrior monks of Crystal Oasis. Oh wait, no, it's the Sapphire, I think. The one that punches crystals. According to legend, they are Jules Vale's neighbors hidden somewhere in the Archai Mountains just south of the rock wall. Could it be that the Crystal Oasis exists? Is the mystery woman an emissary, scout, savior? Or something more sinister? You can count on Scoop to get you the answers. Alright. Good luck, Scoop. Oh, there's a lot of defense. Well, no one's gonna get attacked this round. I'm gonna get the speed. And I'll get technical. Here, no speed for you. Won't get stamina, it's okay. I can focus. Get this one attack. Yeah, stun's good. Defense. They're gonna get speed with this, I think. Yeah, they get attack. Then I have too much speed, but let's get defense. Six there. 1 stamina and I win. Aha! 3 ACC die? Let's drop this one. Oh. Cheese? Gem of Wind? Oh my god, it's shaking so hard. I assume they cannot stack, right? I assume they cannot stack. The Grand Force stamina though. But I do like the Gem of Wind. Yes, that will be very fun. Also very broken. Oh, it's a small map, okay. Then I can just fight the boss, I think? 9 stamina, should be fine, full health, good. Hold, violin? This dig site is for authorized personnel only, Missy. Get lost before you get hurt. I don't think so, Foreman Kotler. I hold you responsible for your crime against Jules Vale's well-being. Oh, wait a minute, you are that brand who's always harassing my staff. It's not harassment, it's justice. I'm the hero, darn it. You're in that case. First I'll deal with you, then I'll bury what's left during extrication. Oh shit, alright. Whoa, that's cool. Can't receive more than 1 damage per turn. Okay. Can use stamina any time of the turn. Is reset at 2 at the start of each turn. Whoa. Start each turn with a random die in every stat. Oh my god. That's huge for them. Strong? Shit. Deals 2 damage. They focus. Steel is fine. Okay, this is kinda hard. Okay. Don't worry, don't panic, don't panic. Can need this. Oh. Oh, okay. I just need to focus, that's fine. Okay, so they cannot attack me, good. Shit, look at how much dice they have. Okay, same. I just need this. Oh? Whoa. Okay, well, I mean, you know what? I have a lot of items that I can use to get stamina. Let's use some of them, it's fine. But now I can attack them, so... Stun? What if I stun and it just breaks the ACC? Let's try it. Here, get rid of this. Can you still focus? You can! Oh my god, okay. Fine. Ah. I have one stamina left. Let's eat. Oh, it restored 1 HP. I shouldn't have used it for it's okay. Actually, I want you to waste your... Yeah, you know what? Let's stun. Even plus 2 is not enough, right? So let's stun and destroy the attack dice. There, waste your stamina. Hehe. But then they got 2 stamina every turn, I forgot. Attack? Yep. Strike. Oh wait. Oh, this won't connect. They have too much defense. Oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly. Speed is higher. I can avoid attack. We can take a hit. I don't want to take this hit though. I do want to focus, however. Yeah. Yeah, let's focus. Yeah, okay. Hit speed. Oh shit, they really won me? Oh damn. Okay, this is... Oh. Hey! I pressed the wrong goddamn button. Hi, Roxas. Sorry, that was too loud. So I'm sorry. The cauliflower looks pretty big somehow. Yeah, true. There, I win. How is that? Oh, you have a bow? And a hero's ambition? You're insane, you're worse than old man Randall. Hey now, Mr. Randall is a pillar of the community. You could learn something from his generosity. That geezer throws around Obsidian like it's nothing. He's going to ruin the market rate. You're hopeless. Oh well, my work is done. Wait, how am I supposed to get back to the surface? You can walk just like the rest of us. Chef Apron, GG. Yeah, that was great. Grant 1 extra stamina after using a food item once per turn. Yeah, oh, that's so cute. Would you like ramen? Yes. Yes, please. You. I heard a lot of commotion echoing out from the mines. What happened? I single-handedly brought down Badger Corporation's mecha monstrosity. Also, dealt a lethal blow to former Caller's Pride. Wow, you actually pulled it off. Was there ever any doubt? Frankly, yeah, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. Well then, what's our next target, partner? A supply line? Ooh, rob their treasury. No, take down their company president. We are not partners. Badger Corporation isn't going away overnight. If you want to help me dismantle their grip on Juicevale, you have to have some patience. But I'm the hero. Are you doing this for Juicevale or for yourself? Well, obviously. We're done here. Burb! Burb! Pardon me, young miss. Might you be the legendary hero of Juicevale? Oh my gosh, Mr. Randall, you heard of me? The Bowman Bandit, the community thief, robber of the rich and the people's hearts. Yeah, that's me, Fleet, the Usher of Justice. How can I help, Gramps? I'm in dire need of your aid. A darkness grows in Juicevale. I knew it! I had hoped to enlist the help of some others, but each one betrayed me. Hold on, good sir, back it up, tell me everything.
Burr 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 burr.
Shark! Oh my god. His high speed allows him to emerge unharmed from battles as long as he has enough stamina. Shark. Shark. I love Slade. So this is Juicevale, eh? Feels claustrophobic for my taste. If the stories be true, the riches here are beyond imagining. I love Shark! Oh. And I'll need a hefty haul of obsidian to complete my quest. Thankfully, that old man over there is both the talk with the town and apparently loaded with the stuff. Avast there, old-timer. I hear you are the one with what I need. That depends on what you need, young man. A stone that glitters with an unearthly darkness. A gem that's so valuable, it's made it all the way to Merchant Port. I'm talking about obsidian. Oh, you mean this? Red sky at night, how do you even have so much? I have my sources. There are many eager souls who have a good eye for treasure, and I know what's needed to bring it in. I could be such a soul. I like the spirit, boy. So much so, I'll let you in on a little secret. There's greater riches to be found. I'm all ears. The fabled drop of nourishment is said to rest at the heart of the underground oasis. Not only is it uniquely rare, it allegedly has miraculous properties. Will my plan work better with that over the obsidian? I desire this relic very much. Fetch it for me, and I'll reward you handsomely. Take this as an advance. That's quite a generous advance. It's worth it. Find me the drop of nourishment. Return home with a boatload of treasure. I'm sure I'll know it when I see it. Get the rest of the obsidian ready for payout. I won't be long. Shark so hard. Ooh. Obsidian grants 10 stamina or can be exchanged for town upgrades. This all presents you with an interesting choice. You can either upgrade any building by entering it and handing obsidian over to the owner, or consider yourself to gain stamina. Of course I'm gonna upgrade, like, hello? Axolotl! Everyone is so good looking. Oh, of course I'm gonna give it to you. Oh my god, you're the best. Here you go. Oh my god. Rare equipment grants a 6 attack die on the next turn after receiving damage. Oh. Choice? Choice? Grindstone shield upon taking damage, right? Shark is all about speed? Question mark? Yeah, some expanded stock. I mean, even if the Exalto didn't expand the stock, I'll be happy to give them all the Obsidian. I'll be happy with it. Opponent's dice are set to 3. What? 3 is pretty good. I can get a spike shield. Yeah. Alright, I'll be off. Thank you. Restore 7 HP. I'm good. Yeah, 3 is the middle thing. Unless they have a lot of 6 dice, then that scroll is good. Because I can use it after they draft the dice. It's okay though. I have a spike shield, I think that's good enough. Let's go down. Then the old man says there's some shard hidden in the underground oasis. I need to find it. I'm already at chapter 2? Damn. Never try to con a pirate, old man. Nobody is that generous or trusting. Something's not right. It's been a long, strange voyage since I left my home in the Polakai Islands. I've sailed as far north as Merchant Port, then all the way west until I can sail no more. Now my sea legs have carried me all the way inland to Julesville. I prefer the thought of taking a drop of nourishment for myself. This obsidian might be the key to getting everything I want, but something about them is sinister. I'll just have to keep my wits about me. Treasure hunting is never without risk, and that's what makes it so much fun. I love him! Oh my god! Yeah, it works as an emergency thing. Also, I just gave the obsidian Slade, right? Why are we fighting old Kitty? Defense dice will only grant me +1 no matter what slot I place them in. What a bummer. But who needs defense when I've got dodging? Oh, you can dodge? This character has a special ability, which is indicated by this slate icon. Oh. If speed is higher than opponents and can't block, will auto dodge at the cost of 3 stamina. Oh, that's not as good. So, I need a lot of stamina? Dude, the Slate is looking fabulous as fuck! Do you see the stance? Oh my god. Oh. Slate's gonna have me acting up! Strike? Squat. Squat instantly gains 2 defense, guarantee 1 attack die on the next turn. If blocks this turn, instantly grants 2 stamina. Oh. If block, still go. Grant 1, 2 ACC and 3 speed on the next turn. Slash deals 1 damage, instantly inflicts -2 to all opponent status. Instantly gains 1 stamina. Ooh. Squat is good. Squat gets 2 stamina, so... I mean, no point, right? How much squat needs? Oh, I can squat like this? Okay. Then... Oh, it's the same though. 1 stamina? 1... No, I'm not gonna attack though. You know what? I'm not gonna attack this turn. Then what's the point of squatting? Oh, grants 1 attack die on the next turn. You know what? For this, I'll squat. Okay. Do some squat. Oh, look at that. I can dodge with 3 stamina, right? Auto dodge costs 3. Okay, auto dodge, good. Slash. Slash instantly gains 1 stamina. You just use an ability that reduces your opponent's ACC, and the selected ability has changed to account for the new... Oh! Defense, okay. Speed. 1. ACC. 1. Oh, 3 attack though, shit. Oh, still 3 gold though. Oh, they're gonna taunt? I already win. Wait, no. I attack first, so I need this, but I don't need this. Because I attack first. Give me money! Bribe. Spend 5 gold to instantly grant 2 defense and 2 stamina for each die in the defense slot. Huh. Use your merchant abilities to negotiate stamina and defense in exchange of gold. Is that... I don't know if that's good. Better reroll this. Oh. Oh, do cheat there. And 1 defense. Shit. Me don't know how you justify bribing someone into beating them and taking their stuff, but whatever. It's cool. Oh, okay. Fish! Is this cannibalism? Oh wait, no, shark eat fish. Okay, it's not, okay. Grant 1 6 defense die, it's useless! Defense die is only 1. Grant 1 2 stamina dice at the start of the next turn after getting any stat decreased. Grants 3 stamina. Okay, equipment. There's like asking if Burb is cannibal for eating Burb. Yeah, fair. I wasn't thinking. Oh, I'm getting this one. Does this count as 1? Oh, okay, so stamina dice counts as 6. Okay, good. Get speed. No, get ACC. 1 defense. I get speed. Oh shit. I can squat. Defense, yeah, let's get squat. Waste the stamina. There we go. 5 attack, yeah, you can have that. 4 attack. That's fine. We can dodge it. Instantly gains 1 stamina. But I attack first, right? Sure. Or cheesecake stink. Or cheesecake. Defense. Okay. I mean, they can get defense. Asthma. You just got lied to. I'll get attack. So that I can... Oh, they're gonna sprint? Ooh. Oh, now they're gonna strike. Okay, good. God, I don't have enough attack squad. Yeah. The cheesecake is still so violent. Okay, 1, 3. I can dodge, right? My stamina is max. -2 to all opponent status though, so I will block still? Oh shit, I mean, they cannot attack me if I -2... Yeah. Damn, Slade is so fabulous. I love Slade. Oh, the shark looks too good. A bud. A bud. You get use speed dice for it. Damn. Steal? Oh shit. No, if you die first. Flurry. On connect deals 1 damage. If possible, we'll spend 10 gold to deal 1 extra damage. Huh? No, I need all my shiny. I'm not gonna use my shiny for that. On A, press -1 to open the stamina dice. Treasure fish here? Yeah. I think I caught something. Oh my god, Slade! What is that? Oh. Oh, hey. Oh, what is that? Fishman? Oasis Lurker? Opponent cannot relocate drafted dice. Oh! Oh, I cannot relocate drafted dice. Oh my god. Okay, that's kinda scary. I can squat first. Yeah, there's only one. Ayya. I can attack them. I forgot to equip. It's okay, I'll auto dodge, but I'll get this one next turn, so I don't need to. What's Bite? Inflict -1 to opponent's random stat on the next turn. Oh shoot. If damage inflicts -3 defense on the next turn. Huh. Is that passive? No, I'm not gonna get attacked. I'll squat. Oh, you want first? Damn. No. I can auto dodge, right? I can attack him. Steal your money. Yeah, they're going full defense. I mean, not if they die first, right? Oh, won't connect. Yeah, they have too much defense. Let's do a squat. Let's block it. Get some stamina. There we go. Oh shit! Okay, this is huge. I can relocate. Oh, they're first. Okay. They're gonna act first, but I can block. It's fine. Can use traps. Their effect will trigger if you connect an ability. Okay. But they're already dead. So I can block this. Got him. Next, the Oasis lurker delayed blinking with the other eye. Oh, I didn't see that. No. Oh, it's Scoop again. Okay. There have been a lot of new faces in Julesvale, and with them come stories from abroad. Your keen-eared reporter Scoop has heard many a tale, while most Julesvalians have at least heard of the other nations on the continent. You'll be hard-pressed to find one who's heard of the lands beyond. This was news even to me. Far to the south is an island chain called the Polikai Islands. I've heard the people there live in the small island communities, living off the land and harvesting from the waves. Many of these lands are volcanic, which from my understanding, is like the Arkai Mountains, only full of fire and explosions. Normally tell Emperor Loxodont, we don't need him getting ideas. It may sound like a tropical paradise, but your ever-attentive Scoop has heard that islands are menaced by pirates, and think air armada with less ships in the air and more in the water. Some even sail as far north as Merchant Port to rob ships of their cargo. It's a good thing Julesvale is so far inland. Am I right, readers? True. Never a moment of not seeing something. Clever. They're so gonna get stamina die. I'm gonna get the stamina die. It's 4, I know. They're gonna get 6 speed. Okay. Oh, they really don't want to get attacked. I can slash me first. If I slash, I can block, and I can get more stamina back. Yeah, it's a win. Oh, they blocked it? Fuck, I didn't see. Oh no, okay, this is bad. Whoa. No, I need to trick them into using sprint. So that I can squat and block this. Yeah, block this and get attack die. Get stamina back as well. There we go. Okay, now I can attack them. -2, I'm still gonna get attacked though. Yeah, I can get my stamina back with this. Yeah, good. One defense? Yep. Oh, you really want to act first, huh? No can do. 3 defense, I'll squat this one out. Oh, actually, no, I can attack. If I can attack... Yeah, get slashing. Because one slash, they cannot attack me. There we go. No can do. Yeah, they can have that. Yeah, I should have tricked them into attacking. They cannot attack like at all. Yeah, they're not gonna attack. Let's sprint then. That negates it. Huh. I mean, I already won. Steal! I forgot I can equip this. Whoa, big boy. Nice. Crab's Claw. If the opponent uses use stamina this turn, grants 2 stamina at the start of the next turn. Is that equipment? Oh, it is! I think this is a really good equipment. Let's get this one. Yeah. I got a boot. I got a boot. I'll keep the boot. Red HP meaning lost HP is so confusing. Honestly, true. It's kind of weird to me as well. It's a interesting choice, to say the least. Ooh, they get speed? Shit. So they act faster this turn? I mean, they for sure cannot attack me, like, at all. Yeah, we're both sprinting. If they get 6 attack, I mean for sure they get 6 attack. I'll still get attacked anyway. Why if I play aggressively? I can dodge using stamina. But I have 6 stamina left. There's the bet that I can sleep, right? Let's play aggressively. I can get 1 stamina back with this. Yeah, I'm using this one. Oh, they sprint. They sprint? That's weird. Oh, they are faster. Sure. Nice, we get 2 stamina back. I feel I should play a little bit more aggressive, but I'm also a little bit scared. Yeah, so they like speed, that's the thing. I'm taking this so that they for sure cannot attack me. Yeah, they want to act first. Okay, good. Oh shit! You sprinting? Okay, I need to attack you then. Weaken? No, you're already dead. If I slash, I can get 1 stamina back, right? But I'm gonna go sleep anyway, so let's steal. Fish! More fish. Your attack is equal to your defense during this turn. I'm dropping this one. I'm keeping the boot. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. 5 stamina. I think 5 stamina is good enough. I can fight the other one. It's opening up a little. Boot. Fish? Gem? Potion? Scroll? No? Okay. Oh, hi. I'm dying of thirst. Oh my god. God damn it. Okay, fine. You're not a lizard, no. Fine, I'll give it to you. Is this a boss fight? But you look rather calm. Oh. Oh, you're sharp. Oh. Do you want boot? Sold for 0? Shit. The boss of my wallet, true. Here, I can give you this gem. This one's good. Also cheese, thank you. Yeah. Fish! Yep. I am really keeping the boots for whatever reason, alright? I'm keeping it. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Welcome, welcome. I don't have a sponge though. Do you need cheese? Fish? Potion? No, you don't want anything. We can come back later. Oh. Journal 7. Stop the presses! Which is what I shout to myself as your ever diligent truth slinger Scoop, discovers something huge. Apparently the pirates of the South Ocean, the scallywags of the eastern tides around Merchant Port, have arrived in Juicevale, a landlocked mountainous Juicevale. Okay, to be fair, I've only heard about one. Nevertheless, a pirate sailing all the way from the Polakai Island to our fair town is unthinkable. On second thought, maybe not. Given the surge in rogues and bandits driven by the recent mining rush, is it really that far-fetched that another breed of scoundrel would show up? And how did he get here? Does he plan to go back to sea? Would there be more pirates? Do they really say stuff like "Army hearties" and "shivery timbers"? I'm just as hungry for answers as you are, dear reader. So I'll see if I can manage an interview with Juicevale's first pirate. Wow, Scoop is really... is such a good news reporter. Scoop is dedicated. Seeing Shark me might try Elden Ring again. I heard there's a lot of updates for Elden Ring. Also, is there sharks in Elden Ring? Can I place a shark in Elden Ring? Grow? Oh my god, Grow is so strong. Oh, they react. Oh shit. Oh, the next turn I'm gonna suffer so much. Next turn I'll play defensively because they've grow. They for sure gonna use the stamina dice for the attacks. Here, just get one attack. Although I can dodge, right? Yeah, I can dodge. 6 attack. Yeah, I can squat. They're gonna strike. I'm gonna squat. Get the stamina back. Nice. Whoa, they have 2/6 defense dices? Dude, this game's bullying me. Nah, you can get the 6 defense dices. I don't even care. Yeah, there we go. Fucking. I just want stamina and get stamina back. 14 defense. The moment I did squat. God damn. Okay, there we go, there we go. So now we can attack. Let's get the speed dice. Are they gonna pick attack dice? No, right? Yeah, they're gonna get that. I'll get this. Then I can attack them. +1. You're gonna strike but with +1. There. I can dodge with stamina, so it's fine. I can still go from you. Here. Whoop. Yeah, they use stamina, so I gain 2 stamina back because of the crab claw. Dude, so good. 6 defense. Well, you really want it, don't you? Seven, 8, 2. I'll take the win. I'll take the win. There we go. Whoa. Oh, Pearl, look at that. We found it. Then I can throw away the boot. I need the boot though. Oh, it seems to be rewarded. Obsidian? Oh my god. Okay, okay, I can give it to the Axolotl again. I have maximum stamina, good. Axolotl, I have more obsidian for you. Please accept it. Accept my love for you. Okay. Ooh. Cheat need 6. 5. There we go. That should be enough. Grants 4 accuracy die and a 1 stamina die at the start of a turn if HP is equal to 1? Oh no. Keep 1 of your dice until next turn. Stamina. More stamina. I really want to keep the boot. I'll drop the scroll. I'll goddamn drop the scroll just for the fish. I'll take the fish. Fish good. I can't eat the boot to gain power. I wish I can though. I have maximum stamina. I'll use it. Oh, I'll use it. Then, it reduced his stats, right? Because I'm gonna use slash. Yeah, I can get 1 stamina back as well. Yeah, let's do it. Six. Oh my god. I cannot attack as well. God. I cannot attack. I want it. Like, I'm thirsty for it. I thirst. Yeah, let's be thirsty and just attack them. There we go. Why? I don't get. You keep getting defense dices, you lucky bitch. Oh yeah, I'm not getting any defense dices because Slate doesn't benefit from it. Like, at all, so I'm not using it at all. I mean, I can kill it. One, well, you really want to attack me, don't you? Let's play safe this turn then. Fine. That's right. I'll get money. I'll get money. I have maximum stamina again. Hehe. Grand one speed die. Speed die. I mean, gosh, it's not even that good. I mean, this one can get stamina, which I can use for 1 point any place. Nah, I'll leave it. I'll still keep the boots. Oh. I shouldn't have fished. I forgot. No, I cannot. Can I use the boot? Nope. Nah. I have to drop. I cannot eat it. Is boot really useless? Like, it's so useless to a point it doesn't even have a description. I don't trust this. That there's gonna be a use for boot. Don't tell me though. I'm gonna suffer for this. I'll drop the fish. Your speed. Why are sharks so often see speedsters? Probably because shark is known for its very fast swimming speed in water. So that's why people see sharks as like a speedster. I mean, at least that's how I see it. Entire neighborhoods were shaken the other day by deep tremors, and the house of Mrs. McTormand went straight into a sinkhole. Mrs. McTormand and her 7 pet mud moles are thankfully fine, but understandably frazzled. What caused the sudden shake-up? I'll give you one guess. Did you say Badger Corporation or Fleet? Either way, you're right. It turns out Badger Corporation was doing some heavy-duty digging deep in the Juicevale mines and violating CD Charter Provision 767A-14B, I might add. Our hero, Fleet, decided to take matters into her own hands and not only wrecked the equipment while it was operating, but assaulted one of the foremen. The result? Destabilized Earth and a whole lot of property damage. Who's going to repair it all? One of Badger's Corporation's shell companies. Who's going to end up paying for it? All of us. To all you Fleet sympathizers out there, kindly take her aside and explain to her what restraint means, please. People hate Fleet. So this guy mains speed. This guy likes speed. Only one. It's not gonna benefit me. There. Oh, they're gonna act first. Oh yeah, they're gonna act first. Yeah, let's get stamina back. If I'm gonna get stamina back... Nah, I'll steal the money. I'm blocking this anyway. Oh, I'll play aggressive. Let's strike first. It's okay. Oh, it's not gonna auto dodge? Wait, why did Slate not auto dodge? Did something happen? Slate, why didn't you auto dodge? Like, Slate, are you okay? Slate, you took 1 damage? You had full stamina. No, not yet at least. Something's being activated around here. Ooh. Huh? I'm not seeing anything activated. Why can't I see here? What? I'm very confused. Yeah, so this one leads to this one. This one leads to that one. This one leads to this one. Oh. I'm not attacking. I mean, I cannot attack. Look at this. 6 defense. I'll get speed. Yeah. And this. Oh, using stamina for this? I'll get stamina back anyway. I'll get 2 because they used 1. So let's sprint. Nice. His speed is high. Oh, his speed is high. Just now I was slower. So at this, yeah, if I'm slow, I cannot auto dodge. Okay, keep that in mind. I'm gonna get weakened. I wonder if this. Spend 10 gold to deal extra damage. Sure. Get him, Slade. That's cool. Alright, I fished out a thing, but still nothing's happening. $69 gold, by the way. 69 gold. Hell yeah. Haha, funny number. Spam things. What do I spam?
Neato, noise, nice, neat, neato, rad.
Rad. I'm lost? What mechanism? What? What the fuck? What? Why did you lead here? I am confused as fuck. Why do you suddenly lead here? Wait, it's a boss fight? Oh fuck. You didn't tell me it's a boss fight, fuck. They seem... eh. Oh, good. Dude, today is hot as fuck. Holy shit, I'm like drenched. More. I must keep digging. Must have more obsidian. You're committed to your cause. I'll give you that, matey. Dig through you. Fast, I'll cut you down first. Oh shit. Locks up a die at the start of each draft. Can you summon at any time of the turn? Summon is reset 2 at the start of each turn. Okay. Adjust. Grant 1 2 defense dice on the next turn. If damaged, grant 2 attack on the next turn. Okay, we know about stun. Can I take this? Oh, I cannot. So lock dice is what they get, like for sure. 2 worms sucks. Yeah, it feels like 40 something here. It's like I'm feeling dizzy spells. I need to open up air conditioner after this. This is too much. Will you use stamina points? Yep. Uh-huh. You're gonna adjust? Okay, no. Whoa. Since they always win in this case. I'll use 3 stamina, it's fine. Although, I can get 2 stamina if they use 1 stamina. How can I force them to use stamina? Like this.
Open air conditioner right now, please, if you want to.
I mean, definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna open it up. Won't connect, right, sprint. I mean, what's the point of making them use stamina? They're gonna get back anyway. Just squat for now. You're locking the tree at the 6 speed? Oh, what an asshole. I'm getting this, you're not blocking. You know what? I'll play aggressive, you little shit. What does it just do? Grant 1 on the next turn, so you still get damaged. I can spend money and deal extra damage. I have 49 gold. I'll take it. It's gonna act faster than me. Ayo. Oh yeah, I win. Bandana of Chance. Pay 2 stamina in exchange for a random... Oh my god, RNG, please don't. I already have these. How much do you sell? Rare? I mean, these are all rare. Except for boot. I'll leave. Ooh, shiny. This must be the drop of nourishment. Fancy little bowl. It feels powerful. Malzeno feels powerful as well. And expensive. I am in Juiceville after all. What could it hurt to linger and line my pockets a bit more? Yeah. God, Slate is so hard. I cannot. Oh. Hamir. His superb strength controls grant him an exceptional flexibility through his stamina. Cool beans. Whoa, hi. Avast, my good Smithy. Fair, another drifter looking to waste my time. Hardly, I'm here to peruse your wares. You'll find no better. My forging is so good you swear your own stats have improved. So you say. What about a sample, You're a seaman, right? Shove off. Hey, buddy, you better not be plotting any villainy. Would you consider piracy a form of villainy? Of course. Meh, I can tell when I'm not wanted. We'll see if you're more amendable when I bring some coin. if you bring coin. What a creep. I hope I don't run into him again. Fleet, you're being a mean. Tail? Tail? Bonk hype. Make it some kind of attack and defense powerhouse. Yeah, Hamir, right? Hey, Axolotl, do you want Obsidian? Oh yeah, you can have it. What? Oh fuck, I'm so sorry. Oh, Obsidian is bad, isn't it? Oh fuck, I made Cube become sinister. No, I regret my deeds. No, come back to me. I regret my deeds. I didn't expect that. But I just love the Axolotl so much. Knuckles. And grants a plus a 2 attack die at the start of the next turn after discarding an opponent's die. Lockpick. Googles. Shuriken. Googles of focus seems pretty strong. No. Can I go back? Can I downgrade? Oh no. No, he did. The Axolotl is so mean now. Hey, do you want boots? Do you want boots? What if I try selling them the boots? I mean, for 0 gold, but still it's boot. I don't even like the boot though. Fuck. Give it back. I mean, my items are pretty good. Yeah, it's like very, very good. Yeah, lots of protection, right? Thanks. This is making me so sad now. I didn't think... Is this what obsessive love feels like? Oh, the metaphor. Okay, I need to stop. Oh god. And I'm gonna open up the air conditioner. It's getting unbearably hot. Unbearably hot. I'll be right back. Give me a few seconds. Sounds like it's getting too hot. Yeah. Especially for the past few days, it has been like extremely hot. Oh god, it's gonna take a while, fuck. Actually, why not I go toilet for a bit? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go for a toilet for a little bit. Ad break? I don't know if ad breaks is gonna work. Oh, sorry. Let's see. I have this one. It runs. Where is it? Money. Around the 60-second commercial. Do I like try to edit? To like 90 seconds. I mean, I'm gonna go toilet break anyway. Yeah, not be the time than during actual breaks. True, so true. Here, I'm gonna try doing it. It's exclamation mark money come. It's enabled and it's only available for me. Yeah, everyone's denied. Alright, don't know if this actually works, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna go for a little bit of toilet break. There. Let me just put this on my face. And let me do money come. Doot. Don't know if that works, but I'll be right back. Oh god. Even my doorknob is warm. Shit. All good. It's gonna take a while for it to cool down. Oh shit. Dude, outside is insane. Why is today extremely hot? Holy shit. Like, good god. Hi, Essie. Oh, look at all the dance. I should make a jamming emote soon. Is the road melting again? No. At least not, but I'm pretty sure if I were to crack an egg crack an egg on the road outside, I'm pretty sure it will cook. Like, it's that hard. It's only today though. Like, for the past few days it's okay. Like, the heat usually is like okay-ish. But damn, today's heat is insane. Free cooking? It's because you're there? Oh god, I don't know. I'm not even remotely as good looking. Oh! Oh, I can just change character? Hamir? But Slade is so hot though. I cannot change. I need Slade. Slade's too good. I don't know the innkeeper's name, but god, does he look good. I feel bad for this though. Like, the axolotl looks really adorable, and then I gave them too much obsidian, and now they look like this. I feel bad. I truly feel bad. Like, I want the cute axolotl back, please. I didn't know it's gonna corrupt them. I didn't know they're gonna get corrupted. Like, god damn. So sad. I want the cutesy axolotl back. I need to wipe away the sweat. Oh, I'm not watching YouTube videos for now, but you can send it to video sharing so that I wouldn't forget. I have to prove Olympia wrong. The mineral deposits house the relic I seek. I found the drop, but what good would it do with it with that bag of bones? Why not line my pocket some more, huh? Okay, so now I need to do this one, huh? Mall scales handle? Scales? Are you like pseudo? You're like armadillo, right? Yeah, let's try to play as Hamir. Alright, thank you, Essie. That looks like Olympia? It's Olympia! Holy shit, I love her. Hamir? Never thought I'll see you again. Get tired of your precious wall? No, there was something happened, and I abandoned your post just like you abandoned our way of life. At least you're consistent. Olympia. I have more important things that need my attention. Goodbye, Hamir. My, that was quite a scene. Are you alright? No, sir, I haven't been for quite some time. I'm an old man with nothing but time on his hands. I can lend an ear. I lost my partner. In life and in duty, I have no directions now. Metalk would want me to live on, but to what end? The riches coming out of the mines mean nothing to me. I'm lost, uncertain, scared. Might I offer you some obsidian in these trying times? It's said to have invigorating properties. It is a nice mineral, sir, but I need more help than that.
Indeed. Then what you should seek out is the Shield of Courage, a relic of the old world hidden deep in the mineral deposits.
I don't know.
You refuse my advice, even after I gave you all that obsidian?
No, sir, I'm grateful, just...
Then you have directions in life once more. Happy hunting, my friend. Bring me the relic and I'll let everything fall into place as it will.
I suppose it couldn't hurt. Oh, something about the Gramps is a little bit scary. What a nice old man, I know, right? Current quest, I have to prove Olympia wrong. How's the relic I seek? No more. Give them one, but not two, right? Give them one. Apparently, giving them two will corrupt them. Unless this one I gave him one, it's gonna corrupt it. I hope not. Here, you can have it. I'll argue the bets. Are you sure? Yeah. Ooh, new paint. Alright, I'm not gonna give you any more obsidian. Upgrade the shops. I did! That's why I made the axolotl looks like this. Look at that, it's level 3. I feel so terrible. I want a cute axolotl bag. Gosh. Alright, off we go to mineral deposits. This obsidian. Something about it reminds me of the black root that cracked open the rock wall. The same force that killed. I need to make it up to him. I need to prove Olympia wrong. I'll find this Shield of Courage. Whoa. Speed may not be my strong suit, but that won't stop me from ending this battle quickly. Also, I might need to use a special approach on my opponents to keep my precious stamina high. What? Can't use stamina. Gains a stamina die set at half the current stamina at the start of each turn. Minus 2 stamina on connect, plus 2 stamina on block or dodge? How do you even dodge? At half the current stamina. What? I don't understand. Oh, half the stamina, so now I have 4 immediately. Interesting. It seems like my opponent is not going to attack, likely because they won't connect. Time to change my strategy. Move forward your defense dice into attack slot to secure a connect. They'll play defensively while defense is higher than their attack. That's right, make them think they can hit me. Oh shit, they just changed strategy to attempt to connect. But I have an arsenal of instant abilities at my disposal. Oh, the react, huh? Use react to increase your defense instantly with your when your ability connects. I managed to keep my stamina intact during this turn. I should use this tactic whenever I can and make sure that my speed is high enough to go first. Even if I manage to bait them into attacking, I won't have enough attack to connect. But I do have a speed advantage. Move your defense. What? I won't be able to cause damage this turn, but I can gain some extra stamina by using roll to block. Oh, okay, so row is like squat but different. Welcome back, Narix. Half sleep screeching. Narix, Baruki looks really good. I like Baruki. Like I wasn't active at all for the past 2 days because I'm, you know, allergies hit really hard. So. This time you transfer your stamina dice from your attack into your defense slot. It deals damage and then transfers stamina dice to your defense, so I can block afterwards? Shit. Duplicate your passive starting stamina die on the next turn. Oh shit. Jude? Oh no, I'm not gonna excel at this. Inflicts medicine on the opponent. If I roll, yeah, roll will give me 3 accuracy. 3 accuracy plus 2 defense. Yeah, plus 2 defense. I cannot get attacked. There we go. Extend. You lose 1 damage. Transfer stamina dice for attack to defense. I wonder if this is what I think it does. I mean, I can only try it. Oh, yep, okay. That's so good! That's so good! So if I cannot pivot. Yeah, I'm already faster, so if I pivot, I'll need a stamina die, right? Yeah, that's good enough. Dude, that's so good. I'm gonna roll this one. I mean, I'm faster. That's why I won already. There we go. Whoa, Hamir's pretty good. Quake, on connect deals 1 damage, consume 3 stamina, deal 1 extra damage. Whoa. Key? Got a key? Can explore everything. Music is so damn good, by the way. Oh, I cannot pivot, and I'm slower. Oh shit. I mean, if I can pivot, it would be great. But then this is not enough because they have like extreme defense. I need speed as well. Focus, 2 attack, 2 accuracy. Instantly gain 2 defense, get 3 accuracy next turn. What if I do this? Oh, they're not gonna attack though. Yeah, I need to bait them to attack. Let's roll. Now we can pivot. Yeah, if I pivot, I'll be fine. Yeah. Nah, I cannot attack them, not enough. Yeah. It's okay, I'll roll this turn. Roll for the accuracy so that I can use pivot. Yeah, I need to make them think that they can attack me. So that when I pivot, I can block the attack. Oh, 10 is too much. It's okay, just kill them. Hey. Oh. Oh, I messed up. I counted it wrong. Crap. Oh, okay. Steal opponents die, gain stamina, enemies and chests drop better loot. Oh my god, yeah! In some way, made me feel reminded of Relic Maze from Freedom Planet. Is Freedom Planet like sort of SNES like or like 16-bit like? The underground bulletin. Just to the north of our little lovely town is a rock wall. This mammoth construction encircles the six of the continent and the entirety of the Aetherian forest. At certain times, the rock wall casts day-long shadows on the lands below. It defies definition, even by your humble wordsmith Scoop. The wall runners guard and maintain the rock wall their entire lives. Legend has it that they measure their lifetime by how many laps they've done of the circumference. I have to wonder about that, since those stories only come from the wall runners themselves when they come to our town for supplies or a good time. If they're up there running 24/7, then what are they doing here? If they're always on duty, do trips into Julesvale means they're on the clock? What I'm getting is, how hard would it be to convince a few of them to take over construction from Badger Corporation? I'll take a wall-shaped house over the Monopoly any day. Maybe we don't tell that if it's a bit more modern. We would say 16-bit if we were forced to guess. Maybe I should check Freedom Planet out. What? Two less constables step here. Oh. Is a playable dragon? I'm in. Oh! Prevents lethal damage once, then break? I mean, what? But then again, how dragon is dragon-like? Because there are some games out there when they say they have dragons, it's like humanoid dragons, and that piss me off so much. When I see humanoid dragon, it's something that really makes me mad. Oh, who are you? Blind? If damage inflicts -2 attack on the opponent next turn, -2 accuracy on the opponent next turn. AR when? I don't know. Are they gonna steal? Okay. I almost can pivot. Unless... yeah, even that's enough. Yeah, let's pivot. I win. Dude, Hamir is so good. just steal the stamina dice. And then just get a chance to pivot. Oh. It's not as worth, isn't it? I only need 1 point for these. But 5 is good enough. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna reroll. 790 cisa. I need 5. There we go. Now I just need green. One last chance. Oh god, I had a feeling. 790 cisa. I'll take it. Worth. Instantly gains 2 stamina after connecting a 7 ACC ability. The connect causes double hard damage per you receive double damage. Whoa. 7 ACC ability is like the last one, isn't it? Is it? Is pivot 7? Because if pivot is 7, then this is huge, but I'm not too sure. I'm getting it. Hamir, how do I check your ability? I'm looking for geodes. Oh, hey, I have it. Oh, this thing was inside. Grants 1 stamina for each defeated opponent. Is it? I already have maximum stamina. Oh, I have no key. No key again? New enemy? Liu Qi Ba Ba. Liu Qi Ba 94. So if I get this and I can pivot, they get speed? Fuck, okay. Oh, they have too much speed, oh god. Same speed means I win. Ooh, 6 7 8 8对8 8对8 Oh, okay, that's fine then. I'm gonna pivot. Oh. Hi, Hibli. Oh my god. Welcome, Ru. Hope you're doing good. Gosh, I really need to bring out all my brain power for this. Yeah, I need to make them think that they can attack me. That's the plan of Hamir. Oh, I think that might be a little bit too much. Oh, they really want it. Ooh, 6 7 8 9 10. I cannot pivot now. Let's play defensively then. They're gonna weaken. I'm not even gonna attack. I'm gonna roll. Oh, 7 is this one. What? Okay, same speed. 3 attack. I need to let them think that they can attack me. Yeah, like this. So I need to bait them. Also, I'm blocking a little bit of what they're choosing. I'm sorry. This combo is too big. Okay, now I can pivot. Oh, we got key. They're probably gonna get speed? Oh, they get attack? Oh, nice. If I can pivot. Oh, they really want to be first, okay. Okay, at least I can roll like this.
Bonk them with all your might. In the name of finding treasure.
In the name of finding treasure? Right. So I'm faster if I pivot, then all good. Pivot Liu. Ooh, Liu Qi. Okay, that's enough. Oh. Oh, interesting choice. Okay, I need to be first. I can pivot again, I win. Bang. Pivot is so... Oh my god. Fair. Oh, they're gonna sort the fan. Damn, faster. Oh, they're 13? No, I need to let them think that they can attack me. Nah. Now they're gonna strike. But I can attack them. Oh, me first? I win. Bonk them with all your might in the name of finding treasure. More geode? Hey, I found another geode. Oh, thank you. Another key, I can just go here. The bonk. Bottle of water? A bottle of water only give like one stamina die. Not even that good. 3 defense die is not even that good as well. You know what? Sell these. And also this one. I'm gonna get a GR potion. And that'll be it. Do I need fish? Nah, I don't need it. Thank you. This is your ever classy reporter Scoop with a juicy bit of town gossip. Since Juicevale more or less neighbored the the rock wall, the rock wall, we see our fair share of wall runners from time to time. You know the type: stoic, courteous, built like the stone of a rock wall itself. But a lifetime of guard duty around a bunch of trees can't be for everyone. And I've heard rumors there's an exiled wall runner in town. The shame, the scandal, the intrigue. Did our our mysterious outcast choose to leave? Oh god. Oh, did his fellow wall runners give him the boot? What does he hope to achieve by coming to Juicevale? What is his diet and exercise routine? Because I've seen the guy and woo, I am envious. Me too, man. If I can corner him for an interview, I'll share all the details with you, my lovely loyal readers. You haven't even talked to Slade yet. Scoop? I need you to talk to Slade because Slade's very hard. One less consumable. No. Okay. Boot? Grants a 2 speed die on the next turn after blocking a dodge. Okay, DJ, okay. There's no... Here's Furry bait dungeon crawler. I've been baited. Slate is hard. Slate is looking really hard. After blocking or dodging? I think I do that a lot more. Okay, let's unequip this one. Also, I hope you're doing good, DJ. Welcome in. Alright, all good. This game is fun as hell. It really makes you think. You need all the brain power. Strategies. Looks up a die. You get 6 defense. You piece. Okay. The 4 by default is kind of strong. They're probably gonna get stamina dice. Yeah, I was right. I'll get speed and I'll get ACC. 13? My god, they're really afraid. They're gonna react. Instantly gains 2 defense for them. I mean, they already have a shitload of damage. I'll just roll. Oh, what is this? Yeah, I'll just roll. This gives me speed die. I need to let them think that they can attack me. Nah, my speed is already winning. Nah. Are they gonna react? But me first, right? So if I attack with pivot, I can block the attack, even though they reacted. I mean, they are gonna react slower? I never had this exchange before. There we go. Get one of these, get one of these. Yeah, if I keep pivoting, I win. Strong. Deals 2 damage. Oh, you're not gonna connect that. I'm gonna pivot. Oop. Oh, I win. You don't even stand a chance anymore. I win. Alright, here comes Bonk. 2 stonk. I think I explore everywhere around here. Bonk wins. Bonk's strong. I don't need to heal. Full health. Got the chest. Got everything. Got the journal. Yeah, all good. Let's go to the next floor. This game's goddamn great. It's like a okay amount of thinking, which suits a bold, to be honest. Like, this bold is happy. No shield for you yet, anyway. There's so much defense. Oh my god. Get this. Gonna get speed. Get 1 defense. Blind? No. I'm gonna make you think that you can attack. No, they still don't want to attack. Oh shit. No, yeah, that's not even enough. Blind is tram, right? If damage, yeah, I'm not even gonna attack him. I'm gonna extend, like, if I can. Yeah, because they're gonna trap. Duplicate a passive starting die on the next turn. There's 2 5s that too strong. Too strong. Oh my god, that is stupid. It's so good. Oh, wait, I need speed. Yeah, you can take that, it's fine. They're gonna steal? Oh. Too stonk. Three on attack, okay. Yeah, I'll see how much they can block. I can pivot again. Bonk! Just make BM. I'll take it. Dude, Hamid is so good. 5 6 7. Okay, this one is great. 6加1 5加1 6. Okay, this one is good. This one is good. 4 5 6. Okay. See opponents look from the map. I'll drop this and get fish. I should have dropped the smoke bomb. I'm stupid. The smoke bomb is not even that good. Like, why would I want to run away? Oh, they got speed? Crap. Didn't expect that. Okay, now I'm first. Yeah, I can pivot. Okay, all good, all good. No, I need to make them think that I can attack. +2 speed? Ah! No. No pivot, no. Okay, okay, so roll. Nice. Real cowards don't run, real cowards win by any means needed. Real cowards? I don't know if that's actually coward or just bravery or too stonk. Okay, I can pivot, so it's fine. But I'm gonna get speed anyway. There. And they're gonna get this. They're gonna pound? Okay, good. I'm gonna pivot and win. Wonk! Nice. Oh, there's a merchant. Hey, I want to sell things. Card. I don't want this one. And I also don't want this one. No, actually, 2 stamina. Stamina for this character is really important, so I'm gonna keep the get stamina items. Sell this one. Thank you, merchant. Oh crap. 6 stamina die. You know what? I'll sell the peach. It's fine. Nice. Then I can get this thing. Gem of Smoke. Opponent can't draft stamina dice. Ooh. Oh, boss fight? Okay, let me run around real quick. I want to explore everything. No attack dice. Oh, they're speedy though. Yeah, I know. Gonna get this. I'm still slower? Crap. No defense needed. Let them attack. And I'm gonna pivot. And win. Bonk! Oh shit, I forgot I forgot I don't have enough attack. I'm stupid. Okay, now we're good. Two speed? Crap. I'll roll. Okay, good, I can pivot. Boom. Cheat 加29. Oh, I cannot pivot though. 4, 2. I can still defend this, okay. Pivot. Oh. Yeah, I need to let them think that they can attack me. And then I'll pivot and tilt them. I like this. Sorry, but pivot is too OP. Hi again, Roxas. Times are tough, aren't they, folks? That's why your ever-generous, truth-slinging Scoop hands out the news for free. And why waste your money on that Badger Corporation mouthpiece rag? The Juicevale Gazette, am I right? One thing we can count on is each other. A pillar of community I would like to highlight is Old Man Randall. The good old Randall has been a part of Juicevale for so long, nobody remembers when he arrived. He often jokes he's been here from the start. He pours his heart and soul into this town, but more importantly, his fortune. Even before the mining rush began, you could count on Randall to hand out ingots of obsidian, whether or not you really needed it. He was always happy to make everyone a little bit richer. And where does his wealth come from? How long has he really been here? He's a private guy, and I think for all his generosity, we can afford him a bit of privacy. Why do I have a feeling that Randall is gonna be the bad guy here? Just because the obsidian is corrupted, right? Obsidian is like not good. Right, obsidian is not necessarily nice. Hey, I have a geode. Ooh! I mean, I can use stamina. He's gonna be the hero who saved everyone. Me will bet my income of the last 2 minutes on. We'll see, we'll see. How do I use stamina for Hammer? I cannot, right? I don't think there's a way for him to... I mean, he has stamina to deal 2 damage, that's it. But then I'd rather use pivot to like slowly work it out, huh? Alright, I'm gonna fight this. It's so dark. Must dig deeper. Gleaming obsidian. Is this confidence or obsession? My dig! Very... Okay, don't put it that way, Digger. You are obsessive. You clearly lost your mind. Don't say that in the public, jeez. Oh my god. My dig very... This savagery. Fine, you leave me no choice. Okay, another strategies. 279 at the start of each turn, okay. I'll get 6 attack. Speed, more speed. Ah, but I cannot pivot. They're gonna react, but me first? 4 attack. I'm gonna roll for now. Get the buff for next turn. Nice. Whoa. Woof. Not using stamina? Weird. I mean, if I pivot, I win. Boom. That's right. Oh. Yeah, I can roll. Yeah, they're gonna react. That's why I'm not gonna put too much defense. I need to let them think that they can attack me. It's Hamil's playstyle. The bait. It's not distracting paper or try enemy. Okay, Pinky. Pivot? Pivot's so good. I'll get this. I'll get speed. Get more speed. 11-7. Oh, they have too much defense. Too much defense. 7-2. Okay, they're still gonna attack. Good. Actually, let me see. 2. They're gonna react still. It's 7. I'm gonna act first. Yeah, my defense is higher than their attack. Here, let's extend. You know what? You can get that. I don't care. I need speed. There it is. And it needs some pivot. Oh my god, I cannot pivot. Now I can pivot. Won't connect? Oh, wow. Since we have so much defense. Shit. Well, that's me miscalculating. Although I can just strike him, right? I have enough speed. You know what? Yeah, just strike him. +1? Okay. I'm gonna be slower. Oh my god! Yeah, let's roll. I cannot attack here. Didn't expect them to have enough defense for this. I can pivot. Even if they get 1 speed, I'll still be first. Okay. There. More defense. Oh shit, Strong is gonna kill me. What if I want to? What if I just want to win? Yeah, how about that? I just want to win. Okay, I'm faster and everything. Yeah, I win. There, I just want to win. Magic Mirror. When you receive damage, reflect 1 damage to the opponent once per battle. Gem of Lightning. I'm not gonna... I'm gonna leave the gem. It's fine. And back, just there to miss the victory. Oh, it's okay. I bonked the boss really good. I bonked the boss really goodly. This is it. I can feel its power. With this, I could do anything. Once I show the other wall runners what I found, they'll understand. No. Enough humility on my part. I'll make them understand. I'll show everyone what I can do. Alright, Hamil. We're rich! Oh! Oh my god! Her ability to regenerate her limbs may turn damage into an advantage. Whoa! Oh! Oh! No, she's number 1. She's way better than Slade. Oh my god! Store items between dungeon and runs. Oh. Banker? Oh my god, look at you, Burb. Goodness, a wall runner. We don't see too many of you off the rock wall. Is this a personal trip or is it for business? I'm here on personal business. Ha! Very clever. Thank you. If you like, sir, you can store whatever you like in our vault. It's a good idea. Lighten your load for the next adventure. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. You'll need to watch your back out there, friend. Bet your corporation cronies are everywhere. I'll be on my guard, thank you. If they hassle you, just tell you got Fleet, the hero of Jules Fair, watching your back. Don't trouble yourself. I can handle myself in a fight. Be well. Take care, stranger. What? Why do I need to store it again? Do I even need... I need... Artemis! Oh! I'm so happy. Sorry. Do I need to, like... Oh my gosh, she looks so good! The fuck? I seek a power to replace the Rite of Fire. Randall says it can be found on the bottom of the lava tubes. Okay. No, I still feel bad for this. Grant 3 random dice. Bam. Defeat the opponent but receive 1 damage. Oh shit. Boomerang. Need a room for a 9? Nah, I'm good. Unless 5 stamina? Oh yeah, maybe I need it. God, how can he look so good? I don't understand. Everyone in this game looks so good. Fuck. Careful, you can only buy 1. Alright, what do I want? Padding, plate mail, axe. +1 base attack, +1 base defense, and +1 base speed? Oh, wait, Artemis only has 1 speed? And 1 defense? You're probably gonna need 1 speed, I think. There you go. I love permanent upgrades. Maybe you guys can share some fish? Oh, equipment. Maybe this one is good for Artemis? Grant 1 stamina for each defeated opponent. I don't know. Hey, Artemis. There. I want my cute axolotl back. God. I think we're good. Oh. So this is Juicevale. Not much to look at. The steam powered technology is impressive though. With proper application, it could be a threat to the Empire. Perhaps I should suggest Emperor Loxodon to press westward and annex this region and its technology. But first I must complete my mission. The Emperor's coronation remains incomplete since the Rite of Fire was stolen. If Prince Zetterburn cannot secure it, a new talisman must be supplied. It said Juicevale is brimming with relics and riches. Perhaps I can find something here.
Pardon me, madam. But you look like a woman on a mission.
Whatever you're selling, I am not interested.
Not selling, giving. Surely you heard of Amcidian. Call it a tribute to the fearsome Flame Imperium.
You're the first to show the proper respect to me out there, the only one.
Prudent of you to be suspicious. What may I do to earn your trust?
I seek more than mere riches. I need a totem of notable power. Tell me, have you heard of anything of this nature?
Ah, it must be fate. And clearly you are meant to find the Ember of Destruction. The holy relic is said to rest deep in the lava tubes. You alone look sturdy enough to brave its heat and perils.
Sounds promising, but it's just sitting down there? No one has claimed it?
Many have tried, all have failed.
On my honor as a fire morer, I shall not. Peddle your pebbles, old man, I have work to do. Dude, I love Artemis. Oh my god. Oh yeah, upgrade. Sure. I'll be able to forge better upgrades, are you sure? Yeah. Ha! New anvil! Then I can get 1 base defense as well. There. See? So now Artemis is a base of 3222. That's really strong, by the way. 3222, not a single one. Oh. I mean, even Hamir is like 1 speed, and then Slate's like 1 defense. Artemis here, however, she needs everything. I will give her everything. I need to give her everything. The floor is lava, its heat ebbing and flaring. I must watch my footing to not be standing where it's blistering hot. How are these guys surviving? Listen up, rats, I have no fear of pain. In fact, pain makes me stronger. But make no mistake, dying is not on my plans. Once I get enough stamina, I will regenerate. Oh, she looks so good! Fuck, can you please crush me? Prepare to taste an invincible rage! Alright. This card has a special ability, which is indicated by this icon. Alright. Mortal regeneration. If damaged, if possible, will auto-consume 5 stamina to instantly recover 1 HP. Oh shit. Instantly gains 2 defense if damage, grants 2 stamina dice on the next turn. She looks too good! 1 speed, I still win, okay. Already using stamina. On connect, deals 1 damage, instantly grants at 1 defense, 2 defense, and 2 stamina at 1 HP? Huh. Interesting. She plays a little bit... I don't know... Maybe I need to play a little bit more. I mean, I just started here, 1 stamina. I'm gonna get attacked, no? 1? Okay. So gotta be careful to not accidentally consume stamina in niche cases, is what we get. I still don't get her though, still. Well, not yet anyway. Oh no, wait, if I... No, I need to use stamina here. So if I stun, because I'm gonna act first. Oh. And then I break this. There. I have speed, so I just need to attack it first. There. Break him! I love her so much. I love her so much. The man instantly grants 1 stamina, 2 stamina, 4 stamina, and 1 HP. Replace your stamina in proportion to the damage you've taken. Might need to take some time to get used to her playstyle. Why are you standing there? Oh, I see. That reduces my stamina? Oh, okay, it regenerates. Okay, okay. Oh, that's the gimmick. Oh, that's the gimmick. Okay, I see. Oh, no. If I go back here, go here. That's the heal. Let's go back first. Go here. Don't sleep yet. Why can't I go? Oh, this no. Okay. You found a favorite character so far? Yeah, based on design alone, I love her. And that would be inferior to any other character. Yeah. Go back. Go here. Go here. if damaged. But I'm not gonna get damaged, am I? I mean, I get 2 defense. So this one is just like a defensive attack? A defensive move? Yeah, it doesn't give. I guess break is what I should go for. Right? So I can play aggressive while also being a little bit defensive. Yeah. I can get speed first, so I want on speed. I'm not so good at defense, but I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this, put it here. Okay. That's a little bit difficult. Not worth if I get similar like this. And then if like this, they're gonna weaken. Yeah, they're still gonna strike like this. Nah. Yeah, now they're gonna weaken. Okay. Then I can demand some stamina? I mean, it's only 1 stamina, but I'll take it. Oh, huge. They're gonna steal. Oh, I don't have enough defense. A break it. Oh, wait, I can stun. Then now I can attack them. If I stun, I just... Oh! Oh, 3 is the base? Oh god. 1. There we go. Four, 2. Okay, if like this, I can break. I break and I get 1 defense, and I can like tank it, right? Now instantly gains 1 defense at 3 HP. Bonk? There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna win anyway. Just strike him. Is she like... Do I need to keep her at like a very low health for her to excel? I feel like I need her to be very low health so that she can excel in dealing damage and doing anything. I think, yeah. Which is not my playstyle. I love to play safe as fuck. I'm not really good with a playstyle like this. With all of today's troubles, it's easy to ignore what's going on abroad. But don't be too relaxed. Your ever-vigilant reporter Scoop has had their ear to the ground. And troubles abroad can have ripple effects. The troubles today could be our troubles tomorrow. The sordid events of which I speak come all the way from the Flame Imperium. The death of Emperor Renburn would be a big deal by itself. He was a moderate ruler by Firelander standards, so it's sad to see him go. But wait, it turns out his illegitimate son Forsburn assassinated him. It gets better, or worse depending on your point of view. The heir apparent, Prince Zetaburn, was passed out for succession while fighting abroad. They crowned the Minister of Trade instead. Nobody knows how things will shake out with the Emperor Loxodont, but mark my words, we shall all be on guard. Interesting thought, and it matches the description too. Yeah, feels like it. Like she's like, I'll burn you to the ground. It's like, I'll burn you to the ground? Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Burn you to the ground? They're gonna act first. But like this, I'm gonna act first. Enrage is 7, okay. My stamina is really going down. Man, for sure get defender attack. Oh, the weaken works even if they act after? Shit. Yeah. 10 might be a little bit too much. Oh, you know what? I can block it. So at some point I need to do enrage. Feels like she's walking around enrage, deals 2 damage and deals 1 damage to self. I don't know much. I'm not good with this kind of playstyle. How about I'll take 1 damage. Yeah, let's take 1 damage and see how it goes. Oh yeah, I forgot I have the mirror. I should just get hit. I should just get hit. Oh, let me close the curtains. It's shining directly in my face and I don't like it. I'm back. Yeah. Ooh, 678. Okay. Oh. Oh, what a jam! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Hell yeah! Beautiful. Oh, I haven't seen a red lick in a while. They're all good. Sneak this. There we go. After discarding an opponent's die, that's for stun, isn't it? I'll take it. You know, this is an item. Yeah, it's not equipment. I'll take this one. And then I'll equip... Changes the highest value die on the draft to attack type. Never used that one myself. We're coming back to the word of not having the sun crush your face with its rays. Yeah. They're gonna get attack. Yep. And this negates it. She kinda tall. I love her so much for this. Not as wide as Hamir, but still tall. Yeah. Grants 2 defense if damage. Grant 2 stamina, 3 stamina dice on next turn. At 1 HP I can spam break, right? I'm gonna try play with only 1 health. How about that? And I'm gonna purposely get hit. I'm gonna purposely get hit. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna burn. Yeah, I'm gonna burn first, just in case. Yeah, they're gonna do react. Okay. So burn, even if I add 2, I'll still get damaged. So do these people just get around while hurting themselves all the time, or maybe they just stood there? They can take the heat, it's fine. I cannot enrage now. If I enrage out break? Yeah, and 1 HP plus 2 defense and 2 stamina. That's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, this look. Yup. Resist? What's that? Instantly gains 2 defense. Grant 1/2 defense die on the next turn. Shit. God, I'm not good with a strategy. I need. I'm so bad. That's a lot. If I'm faster, I win. But I want to do break to get the stamina. Yeah. Yay. Meat. Grant 1/2 stamina if stamina is equal or lower than 2 at the start of the turn. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't heal right away, right? I mean, I'm okay with that. Sorry? Oh, V, hi! Welcome to GM Raid. I remember GMV. How was Beat Saber? Have you done any first dancing still? Yet or already? Welcome in. Oh, thanks, Pinky. Here, I'll do this as well. There. No, it's okay. Someday, work towards it. You got this. Welcome everyone. What's that? Ixon Fire, hi! Oh my god, been a while. How you doing? Welcome in. Still practicing dancing in VR? Yeah. Dance V? Yeah. Hope you had fun dancing with Beat Saber. So welcome everyone again. My name is Tira. I'm a kobold. I do art occasionally. I love dragons way too much, but it's never too much. And I do art occasionally. Practice with purpose makes better. Yeah! So yeah. Can never be too much? True. True. I'm playing Dungeon of Aether. It's this character right here I'm playing. Artemis? Can I see Artemis? Cannot see Artemis? It doesn't show. Don't worry, I'll get to a fight soon and then... Ooh. I mean, I have to say Artemis looks really good. Let me go back. I'm gonna sleep in a thing. No, this one here, go down. Yeah, this one gives stamina. I'll sleep. Give some money, it's fine. There we go. Oh, I can heal here. No, I don't want to heal. I think Artemis plays with low health. I think anyway. I'm really bad with this kind of strategy. Like, especially when it comes to like playing around low health. Like that gives you so much anxiety. Yeah, living the 1 HP. She seems to excel when she's at low HP. Oh, I need the... There we go. Yeah, there's not much I want to buy or sell. It's okay. This game's great. It's safe to say I'm addicted. Not only to the gameplay, but also to the character. She looks too good. Alright, here comes one health fight. One health. One health. Okay, I got this. I so got this. Don't let them have attack. Get technical speed. Yeah, excellent. That that face, yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna play with Break. How about that? Because Break at 1 HP gives 2 defense and 2 stamina. How does she heal? I have max stamina. Gets 2 defense, which is like just right. But just in case, because I'm scared. There we go. Oh, am I not gonna heal on my own? Defense, yeah. Gonna get more defense. Not gonna give it to you. I need... Oh. 1 defense? No. I'm faster, but I need technical. But you didn't get this, so I don't need that. Plus 2? Plus 2? Yeah, I'm gonna make them think they can kill me. Like this, right? Yeah. It's similar to Hamil, I think. Oh, Hamir. Then get this. Okay, 2 speed, I still win. Taking a sprint. And then break. Yep. Yep. This might be it. This might be it. The attack and then get 2 defense. I think that might be it. It's sort of like pivot by Hamir, but a little bit better. I think. Okay, this one goes here. Open up. 1 is enough. Nice. Attack times 2 during the turn. Ooh. I'll get the equipment. I mean, grants a 2 attack and 2 accuracy at the start of the battle seems pretty good. Yeah, I'm getting this one. Oh, I need to find... Okay. Okay. Nice. Alright, have a good luck, Exen. Thank you, thank you. We may not see them much in our corner of Aether, but everyone's heard of the Fire Mora. The fierce and ferocious military might of the Flame Imperium operates well outside their borders in the name of security. Thankfully, being on the other side of the world puts us out of their reach. And yet, your ever-watchful wordsmith Scoop has heard reports that one of their ranks is in Julesvale as we speak. Not just any Fire Mora, but a commander. What is she doing so far from home and without any backup? Is this a scouting mission preempting an invasion? Or did she just hear how good the food is over in Taps Inn? Whatever the case, take my advice and steer clear of her, my beloved readers. No way, I need her. I will get close to her. You never know what pretense she'll use to burn you to a crisp. I, on the other hand, will be trying to secure an interview. I mean, how could I not? Backup not needed. Backup is for weaklings. Yeah. She's clearly not a weakling. She too stonk. It's not here? Oh, new enemy, alright. Wow, very defensive, okay. Stamina burn. Opponent loses 1 stamina at the start of each turn. Grants 1 stamina at the start of each turn. What? I hate the crab. I lose 1 stamina each turn. Dude. Well, healing? Honestly, I have no idea. If possible, you auto-consume 5 stamina to instantly recover 1 HP. If possible, auto-recover. I don't know what's going on. Did it bug the game? Or did the game wants me to play with this? I mean, either way, I'm okay with this, right? I think. A little bit. Yeah, I should be fine. Need break. Do this. I mean... Hey! 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6. 10 attack should be fine. Okay, let's break him. Ooh. God. Using all the stamina? Damn. Alright. I can do that as well. Maybe you might need stamina when taking damage. Oh, that might be it. Like, just maybe. But I think like when she's in low stamina or like when she's in low health, she's really fucking strong. Like I can get 2 stamina each turn. And then I can get 2 defense each turn if I do connect the attack. But she is the attacker. Her base attack is so good. So I feel like she does excel when she is in low health. 1 health specifically. But just in case, I'm gonna have like stamina items. Hi. Dying of thirst? Yeah, you can have this. Oh, hey. Oh, I'm gonna need to loop around. Okay. Some people want some of these characters in the rival games me read. Can I have Artemis right now? If Artemis makes it into the game, I'll play the game forever. I mean, can you play me though? Have you seen Artemis? Artemis looks too good. Looks up a die, okay. Why you locked this? Ah, you bitch. Yeah, fuck. I should have gotten the attack die. Hey, fuck. I regret my deeds. I'm dead. Like, no, if I break, I get 2 stamina back. Me too, like an extra tall warrior. Yeah. How can you not? He looks too good. 6打得进8我先 Okay. One? Okay, you can have that. I'll just get this, thank you very much. Oh, you used that? You fuck. Alright. Dude, you really want to kill me? Holy shit. I mean, I'm way faster than you. And I can attack you again, but I don't have break. Same speed, I win. Alright, so you're gonna strike, I'm gonna break. Bonk! Take the fence. Speed? Okay. Why would you do that though? They have too much defense. Yeah. Yeah, at least I use less stamina this way. Not really. Nah. Just do this. Break him! When she's done, and Angelique, I'll try my best to play this game. I assume you played this game before already, right? I'm gonna go to the merchant. Merchant is... Oh. This way? Up? There we go. After blocking or dodging? Yeah, I'd rather get this one. Like, this is so good. Let's sell this one. And buy boots. I win. Chinese, yeah. It's about brawling through dungeons for dangerous Chinese. Also, a very nice looking reptilian weapon. I love her. Do I even need magic mirror? I mean, I cannot heal, so... I mean, magic mirror would be a little bit redundant here. Unless I can get something else, but I already have the goggles. I'll keep it, just in case. Door is this way, okay. Okay, the heal I don't need. There we go. Another one? Alright, let's fight. That crab has too much stamina. Let's play defensively. How about this? Gonna strike? Yeah, I don't want to let you resist. I need to let you think. I'm gonna bait you. But I'm gonna get one here. Me first, accuracy good. Defense I don't care because I get 2 defense afterwards. Yeah. Whoop. There. Oh, look at the shoe, it's so good. I'll get defense. There. Get this, get the speed. I mean, slowly so I'm faster. I can still break him. Yeah, I'm faster. I can break him. Doop. Nice. Did you know, my knowledge-hungry readers, that Julesvale actually has a deep and ancient history? According to the archaeology department at Julesvale University, go spelunkers! The town is built atop an ancient battleground. How ancient? Some researchers think it might date back before the Rock Wall. Legends tell of a massive battle between unknown factions. Some legends get wild and talk about gods and monsters. But your ever-academic reporter Scoop is trying to remain grounded here. Research has been put on indefinite hold due to Badger Corporation's mining operations and the mining rush. We don't have time to learn about our heritage, but plenty of time to dig up riches, huh? What worries me, dear reader, is speculation of an ancient burial site deep below Julesvale. Digging out our homeland is one thing, but let's hope it doesn't get as far as disturbing the dead. Spooky? Okay, that's a relic. Oh. Undead? Possibly. More evil crystal stuff? There we go. Causes double damage, but you receive double damage. Isn't this good right now? Because I only have 1 health, and I'm playing with 1 health. Yeah, that's good. Let me eat this and take this. Yeah, that was made for Artemis. Oh, that's the boss. Dying of thirst. Nice. The one-hit wonder. Here comes Artemis. Gonna destroy all of ya. Wait, how do I even get there? Okay. One weaken? Strike? Yeah, I act first. Gonna break him. Defense is now +2, 4, good. There we go. Oh yeah, the 2 damage. Ooh, the 2 damage is so good. I'm taking this. I think I wanted speed. And I'll get speed. I'll get this because I'll need the break, so it's all good. 1. There. Didn't even need to use stamina. You're doing this way more risky than me would. I mean, to be fair, the game has a lot of preparation for you. Like, you literally have all the time in the world to prepare. Like, you can check everything before you decide to attack or not. So like with this, I have like all day to think about if I'm doing this right or wrong. So like, yeah, I think I can play a lot more riskier than I would naturally. Now I can really check that, okay, 10 beats 9, 2 plus 2 is 4, I can block the attack after I do the break. Right, then speed and faster. The concept of being a tab away from game over is scary. Yeah, it's very fucking scary, not gonna lie. Break him! Partial defense? Hell yeah! Ooh, 6, 7, 8, okay. This one nice, this one's nice. I gotta reroll these. Uh-oh. Oh, I win. Lucky. For stamina, speed times 2 during the turn. Prevents lethal damage once, then breaks. Good, right? Yeah, yeah. Let's change out the magic mirror. Oh shit, I have to... Really? Fine. You fixed the only weakness? Yeah. We're playing safe. What did they change? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's just fight, it's fine. Let's go! Too hard, keep digging. More cool, dark obsidian. Your devotion to your corporate overlords is pathetic. Burn your remains, no witnesses. That look in your eye, though. Come, meet your end! I love her so much, please. Okay, what do you have? Redundant strategies, okay, same lah. I'm gonna strike first. 5 doesn't connect though. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? That's right. Oh, no you don't. That's right. They're still gonna strike, right? But if I break... Yeah, if I break, I get 2 defense. But... There we go. Of course! Of course you're gonna unlock the 5 attack! It's fine, I'll get it. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, 1 speed, I'll still win. Take that, take this. Woo! Okay. 8 attack. This is bad. So long if I'm faster. If your speed is equal or higher than your opponent, you avoid the attack during this turn. Let's use this. Because there's too much defense. I don't want to use too much points for this. I'll first we'll use this. Yeah, see? Kavikupo, hi. Cool Hot Lizard. Oh, that's too... Who's the other one, huh? Hi, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. God, I cannot emphasize how Artemis looks so good in this game. Okay, 7, 4, 2, 8. I'm still gonna get hit, but I have the scroll. Yeah, my speed is higher. I can even stun them. But then again, I need to get the stamina back. Yeah, let's break him. Oh yeah, I forgot I deal 2 damage. I forgot I deal 2 damage. Use Tremor? Oh my god! Am I the cool lizard? Oh my god. I like being a cool lizard. Okay, this one's good, this one's good. 8, 7, 4, 5, 6. Ah, it's not even enough. I'm gonna reroll all of these. Oh, that's good enough. Yeah. 4, 5, 6. Ah, that's not enough. Oh, I mean, if I use all of these, it's gonna be enough. I thought I messed up. Sorry. I didn't mean. All good, all good. Grants a 2 stamina die at the start of the next turn after connecting and reducing Obla HP to 1? To 1? So it's like a sure kill thing? Yeah. It's only rare. I'll eat fish. This one might be good in some cases, right? Yeah, I'll get this. Apple. Oh, moisturize? I will. Thank you. Oh, I need to change the follow message. Oh, this like the city dur. I'm not dur as much anymore. I'm more for kobold lately. Emperor Loxodon charged me with finding something to replace the Rite of Fire. It doesn't feel right to replace our holy standard. Perhaps Prince Steaderburn will retrieve it by the time I return and render the matter moot? Regardless, this Ember of Destruction should be in the hands of the Flame Imperium. This has to be it. Such fiery power. With this, the Flame Emperor will lead us to glory across Aether. Or perhaps a new Empress will. Oh! Oh. Gosh, I love her. Look at her! Oh my god! Look at her! Oh. Purchase Obsidian? Ah, oh, hey, it's a chameleon. Oh my god. You there, you deal in Obsidian, correct? You will supply me. I bless all with the darkened light when properly compensated. Have you not heard of the Fire Mora? Our fiery might is known throughout Aether. Just as the riches of Jules Vale have become common knowledge, So I will ask once more, will you contribute to the Flame Imperium's cause? I impart the ancient power gladly, but to everyone, you can't have it all. Then you have foolishly chosen to make enemies of the greatest power in the world. And you've made enemies of the greatest hero in Juicevale. Leave, child, the adults are talking. You leave, or I'll fill your hole full of arrows. I like your spirit. For that alone, I will leave you in peace. My own might should be sufficient anyway. Are you okay? I will abide, thank you. So, can a hero get a little reward for stepping up? No freebies. I'm still sad. Oh, hi, Randall.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Chris minigame. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. I will come in.
And all three never returned to me. Doubtlessly they took their ancient relics for themselves.
The dirty thieves! I mean, the bad kind of thieves, not like my thievery. That's different, totally. And to think I ran into each of them and didn't even know it.
That's why I sought you out. If anyone can steal back the shards and help save Juicevale, it's the Archer of Justice.
Yes! But wait, I was helping Ayala weaken Badger Corporation's stranghold on Juicevale.
3 foreign agents all arriving at roughly the same time, betraying an old man to hoard holy relics. Doesn't that sound a trifle suspicious?
Of course! This is all orchestrated by Badger Corporation! Look at her! Smash the screenshot button, of course. Gonna get the screenshot button ready.
Such a clever girl.
You can count on me, sir. I'll recover those shards in no time, and then we'll stop Badger Corporation for good. Hey. So that's the deal. Old Man Randall has unearthed a plot where Badger Corporation hired foreign agents to steal long lost Juicevale relics. I don't know, it all sounds suspicious to me. No offense, but you don't seem to trust anyone. This is the big break we've been waiting for. A chance to strike a critical blow to Badger Corporation's plots against Juicevale. Look, nothing against Mr. Randall. He loaned me some cash after President Badger gave me the boot, but this isn't adding up for me. Ayala gets it. Well, I trust him, and I'm going after those 3. You just wanted glory, but you're not going to listen to me. Fine, go back some strangers for all I care. I will, and once I save all Juicevale from Arthur Doom, I'll come back for your apology. Oh no. Oh wait, I chapter 3 already? God, Slade is so hot as well. Slade is like so fabulous. And then Artemis is like number 1. Hammer is good, right? Hammer is good, but it's not as good as Slade and Artemis. I love Artemis too much, I'm sorry. Again, never too much, right? It can never be too much. Where Fleet choice? I don't know. Maybe Fleet is like the tutorial character? Question mark? I'm still sad about this. Can you come back to me? Axolotl, can you come back to me? Don't be this meany, please. It's so sad. I want my cute Axolotl back. Where? I don't know. I don't need this for now. I'll sell 1 apple. Yeah, 1 apple. I'll keep this gem of poison just in case because the gem of poison is almost destroyed. Food items require 1 HP in addition to the current effect. Magnet. Enemies drop more gold? Oh. Of course. Of course I need it. I guess I can change up this one. Yeah, since this was only at the start of battle, let's store this one up. Cool burb. Gosh, I need more money. Everyone looks so good in this game. Oh, 70 for one Obsidian? I don't think that's a lot of gold. But then again, for a kobold to give up gold is kind of painful. I'll upgrade this. Wet. You need an upgrade to buff more stats? Oh, okay, so it's like... Oh, I cannot just... okay, I cannot just keep buying it. I thought I can just keep buying it. Here, let's sleep. Just because I like him so much. Here's a 10 gold, you're welcome. I've got to ensure the power of the Ember of Destruction and burn underground oasis to ashes. Underground oasis? Uh-oh. I cannot tell me. Reynolds said the lava tubes is where Olympia resides. Oh, okay. I want a bigger color obsidian. The mineral deposits are known to contain more of it. I'm just gonna play as Artemis. I came here seeking a new power for the throne and the Flame Imperium. I have found it, and yet... I must understand the power of this shard before I head back east, whether it's to lay it at Loxodon's feet or to make him bow to mine. I need to know just what it can do. Let's go, Artemis. You have a shard now. Destruction. All drafted attack dice increase its value by 1. Drafted 6 dice grants 1 stamina. Oh! Ooh, 6 8. Okay, nice. 2, okay, good. 6, yep. Cheat. Bachu. There we go. Apple. Oh yeah. Nice. Wild dice? Wild dice reveal their color after they are drafted. Whoa! Whoa, that's so spicy? Only after they are drafted? Oh my god. Oh. Oh, they know what color it is. I need to purposefully lose some health, right? Need my glass cannon build. Yeah, let's play 1 health again. Oh. I forgot I deal 2 damage at once. Okay, remember.
Glass cannon. YIP.
Why is it YIP? No, YIP. Yip, glass cannon. Kobo goes bonk. 4? Yeah. Get speed. Get this. More defense. Just get hit. Just get hit. Oh, the gem broke. Okay, okay. Oh, there it is. Motor regeneration. Wait, can I not regenerate? Okay, can I choose not to regenerate? No. Like, is that a thing that I can do? I have too much stamina to be hurt. Okay, how about this? No, I need to. just bonk him. I'll think about it afterwards. New enemy? No, not yet. Oh boy. New cheaper. Okay, good. What is this? 5? Oh, okay, okay. That's good enough. 4 there. I just need attack. 3? 1, 2, 3? Now reroll again. Oh. Gem of Wind. Cheese? I don't need speed? Question mark? I have winged boots. I'm gonna throw this one away and get cheese. Cheese. You're staying every look in your path so far, yay? Yeah. Cheese. I fear the chess event is very, very forgiving.
Cheese.
Cheese. Cheese. Oh, cheese reminds me of Deep Rock Galactic. the cheese. The mod. So good. Let's fight. Oh, you look like... You look kinda strong. It's a wild... Oh my god. Crap. Don't worry, I'm gonna get hurt anyway. Grants 2 defense. If damage grants 2 stamina dice on the next turn. But then 2 defense will negate the damage like entirely. Let's focus then. Yeah, it hit me. That's right. Oh, why is it 2? Oh yeah, double damage. I forgot. Oh my god. Bug. Okay, all good, all good. Oh, nice, lucky. They're gonna get speed after this, I think. Okay, now I can use my stamina. Let's use this. I'll get stamina slowly. And now I can break. check out. So 7 in 10, 10 blocks 8. Wait, I don't need this. What you gonna do about it? +1. Break will plus break +2. I can block the attack. Yeah, I don't even need to use my stamina. I can get my stamina back. Oh yeah, then you get out. I'm taking this. Please let it be attack. Oh. Let's go. I mean, so if I'm faster, I win, right? 2? No deal. No deal. Get out of here. Oh! Portion of speed? This looks like a big bottle. I'm keeping that one. I need this and this. There we go. So I assume those guys are like already getting corrupted by all Amstedians. Oh. Where's the ladder? Not this one. Yeah. Oh no. It's a boot again. No, I'm not keeping the boot, it's fine. Let's drop it. Yeah. There it is. Oh, please let it be defense. No, it's speed. Oh no, wait a minute. This is a little bit scary. Spicy, very spicy. Let's see, 2-8. Oh god. Grant one stamina die. I mean, I realized the bottle can get bottle over water. I mean, I guess I can use it in a pinch. Here, let's just use this. Get this. Some stamina. Liu, cheap bot. Alright, so if I break, I get 2 defense. Then everything will be fine. Right, everything will be fine. Look at this guy doing strong. God, I'm already taking double damage. Oh, is this worth? I don't know. I'll take this. Oh, it's speed, I know. Destruction grants me +1. Okay, destruction grants me +1. And get 1 technical. They're still faster. Yeah, speed is too important. At least I can keep getting some stamina back, so... At least that's good. Key? Cannot eat it here? god, this game. Can you just not eat it right there? No. I have a pearl. But I don't see where the clam is. Ah, okay. Hello, dear readers. It's your renegade reporter Scoop. Even when I'm relaxing, I'm working for you. So even though my recent trip beneath Juicevale was lovely, it was no vacation. The underground oasis has been a long-running rumor in Juicevale for generations. Well, guess what? It's real, and it's surreal. Deep underground are pristine waterways and lush lush greenery. And I'm not talking legends. I mean trees and such. How does it all grow without sunlight? I'm stumped. But as a good reporter, I'll keep investigating. Rumor has it that a real-life serpentor makes its home in the water of the oasis. These noble, majestic beasts have so far only been seen in storybooks and that super popular card game. You know that one. I didn't see it myself, but if I were a serpentor, I'll definitely want to live down there. Ooh. Serpentor? New creature found. The serpentor sounds good. Sounds like a snake. Snake cool. Maybe it's on the next floor. Yeah, it could be on the next floor. No. Hi, Leon. Leon, look at Artemis. Look at Artemis. I love her so much. Look. Look at Artemis. Oh my god. Why you not pick Sharky? I did pick Sharky, but Artemis #1. Have you seen Artemis though? Oh god. Oh, you really want to attack me? Oh my god. Okay, I'm still faster. I can get this. I can avenge. On connect deals 1 damage. If damage instantly grants 3 attack. Oh my god. Boo. No, no boo the Sharky. No, no boo Artemis. I'll boo you back. Listen here, you little shit. No one. Ah, shit. No one boos Artemis. No. Let me just break this thing. 5, 4, 4, 5, 6. So I can block that. I can attack. Okay, good. Oh yeah, double damage. I forgot. How many times I can never forget about double damage? Grand 1 died there. Take this. Favoritism aside, I mean, honestly, Slade looks really good, not gonna lie. Slade is like one hot-looking shark. So fabulous as well. Have you been? Been okay-ish, you know, allergies hit me really hard today. That's why I decided to do this game instead of art. But yeah, other than that, I'm doing pretty well. What is this game even? This is Dungeon of Aether. Aether, Dungeon of Aether. It's like a dungeon crawling game, but furry. Yeah. Fish. Also hot weather? Yeah, true. It's like meltingly hot. If anything else, the vibe it's giving me reminds me of some Mega Man-ish game. It does, doesn't it? I'm blocking. I want speed. Oh, okay. Not using stamina? Oh, you're gonna grow? No way, you cannot rave? If damage grant 1 5-deck dice on... Oh my god. 5? Oh, 5 is scary though. It's okay, I have 10 stamina. You know what, I got this. I got this, and then just break him. Okay, +2, block. 5, I'm first. Good. Bang. 5 die. Oh my god. I getting this one. Oh, I'm so fucking dead. Or not. They're gonna strike. I can, however, do this. Alright, me first. 14 defense plus 6 is 16. I blocked it. 5 to 4. I bonk him. Bam! That's right. I'm Artemis, which I should probably go back to playing the game. I mean, Mega Man is pretty good. Get the 4. Get the defense. Speed. Speed. No, don't use grow. Rave? Oh, Rave is even worse. Grants 2 4 stamina dice on next turn. I could just kill, honestly. You know what? Yeah, let's do this. 2 on 2, I win. Just one more there. Yeah, just kill it. 10, 9, 2, I win. Boyam! Discards an opponent's die. Very sabotagey, I don't like. But I'll get it. You know. I can't figure out how accuracy affects the turn and what stamina is. So stamina... Okay, I don't know how to explain stamina, but stamina is more like what a character can do depends on their stamina. Stamina is like their personal... Their personal skill, I guess. Like some passive requires stamina, and then every character has their own passive that requires and use stamina. It's not really action point, right? But yeah, stamina is used for their personal passive skills. Like Artemis can use stamina to heal when she gets damaged, but I don't want that because I want to play with only 1 health. So I spend all the stamina and then get hurt, and I got 1 health and just like don't heal at all. But something like that. And then accuracy. Accuracy is like you need accuracy. If you don't have accuracy, you cannot do skills. So the more accuracy you have, the stronger of a skill that you can do. Active skill. Right, the one that's on the bottom left. Maybe I can like show a little bit. Oh, there it is. Hey, finally. Obsidian? I can give it to the shop. What is this? Oh. Oh, I can store things? Oh, cool beans. There. Cool beans. Oh, it's a pissed kitty. Hi. Relentless, okay. So you see on the bottom left, I have like strike, burn, break, focus, stun, demand, and rage. So you see right now I have two accuracy. On like the bottom left, I cannot show my mouse for whatever reason. Like a small green column beside the strike, there's like a small green line, and you see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is like the most. So once you get 7, you can do Enrage, which is like the strongest skill. Well, allegedly a strongest skill, but I'm not gonna use that. Yeah, the green bar. Speed, okay, I win. Get this. So I see. So I have 5 accuracy I can do until stun. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna break. 2 defense, 9, 4. I can break him plus 2 defense. Yeah. Wonk. I should play defensively. Yeah, get this. Get this. So speed wise I win. 7 nah. Oh? Oh no you don't. Oh? No way. No no. Oh no no. Oh shit, wait no. Okay, attack is good because I'm gonna attack first anyway. God, that's such a waste of stamina though. What the fuck? Okay, all good. I can attack him. 10-5. Okay, definitely one health. Good. Boom. Chest. Why is it all the numbers like alalang? Oh no. Wild? I don't know if I want to... What if these are not green? I'm gonna reroll these. Okay, there. Oh! Phoenix Predator is really good though, but this one, enemies and chests drop better loot. I kinda want this. Like, I very like that. I like that very much. I kinda want it though. Drops more gold. Yeah, that was so good. Just for this once. Yeah. Who not me to the reader? Hi. Reader not me to death. I cannot believe it. Wow. A Z-Circle not me to death, huh? Hi reader. I'll take cheese. Cheese. What sounds wrong? No, nothing sounds wrong. Don't worry about it. It sounds right. It sounds fine. No. How you doing? Oh, there it is. Ooh, Liu Qi, okay. Ooh, Liu Qi, but does destruction count here? No, it doesn't. Fuck. Brain speaking between roasted pork belly or curry? Oh fuck. Can't you order roasted pork belly and then put it into curry? Fusion. There, I did it. Okay. No, order, cook? Yeah, you cook both. Curry fun to cook? It is. But I know it's gonna take too much time. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I'm a roasted pork, I'm a sauro kind of gal. Do you know how good sauro is? Sunday curse I can. Yeah, that's what I've been talking about. You can put it in. Dude, sauro though. Ooh. Got diggity dang. Grants 5 gold after blocking or dodging. Maximum 3 times per barrel. It's equipment? No, it sounds wrong. No it doesn't. Drop this. Get more cheese. Get more cheese. Cheese good. There we go. Sounds wrong, because I usually throw some veggies and potatoes in it. That's like the classic, the classic garira. Right, the very classic. And roasted pork just doesn't sound right, of course. Roasted pork's supposed to be dry, and then the skin's gonna be all soggy. It's like, oh god. Soggy skin. Oh. I don't know. Yeah, I know crispy skin, but if you cook it inside the curry, it's gonna get all soggy. It's like, oh no, cursed. Okay, strategist. All right, 5 speed. I'll play defensively. Actually, no, I'll play attack. I have this speed. Fuck! What's wrong with soggy? Okay. So roasted pork, we call sauro lah. Yeah, the ouch has like 1 out of 5 chance you get a hamburger that will get stuck. Oh, anyway, roasted pork is supposed to be like, what is it again? 三层肉. What does 三层肉? 3-layer pork? You know, you have the skin, and then the fat, and then the meat, the fat, the meat. Like the skin, fat, meat, right? The 3-layer pork. Yeah, skin, fat, meat. Yeah, it's not necessarily crispy pork. We call them roasted pork 啦，烧肉啊，烧肉啊。你知道什么烧肉不是？ And then it's, how do you even make roasted pork? All I know is that it has like really crispy skin. Yeah, I mean, it can be called crispy pork, but it's known as roasted pork. Roasted box and skin with honey grill. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'll eat you. Is it pork belly? 猪肚哦. I thought, oh. Yeah, Kobo. Who says Kobo cannot eat you, huh? You're Bunai. Anyway, game. It's an opinion thing. Not sure about if it's an opinion thing, but like... It's just soggy, crispy skin doesn't make sense. It hurts my brain reading it. I mean, I have a lot of cheese. Or I could just like shuriken this bitch. Pork stomach? They're both tutu. Here used to be dragon snack. Don't call me out, you little shit. Then just add one. Oh, I'm slower though. Oh god. Okay, so 6 I win. 8 beats 4. 3 plus 2 beats 5. Break. There we go. I guess we'll prep roasted pork later. Good. The Kobo inside drink. Hey! Probably a baby pork is a boneless but fatty cut of meat in the belly of a pig. So it's not 3-layer pork. Fucking get this bug. Okay, I'm gonna lose. They know it's. They know what the wild dice is. $177. Oh my god, they know what the goddamn thing is. Oh my god. Fucking shit. I'll use Grant's 4 stamina. Oh, do I have to use it so quickly? Oh. I mean, I'm faster now. I could play defensively for now because they have too much speed. I can't believe I lost to speed. Why am I preserving? No, use it. That's right. I can just strike. Oh no. I did break because I need to defend. So 6, 5, 7. 12我先。来。God. +1. Okay, I can break and get some stamina back. Yeah, me first. Good. Okay, all good, all good. I got the key. Needs to be there. This one? No? This one? Oh. Uh-oh. You go Google? I don't want to Google now. Alright, I can sleep. Get stamina back. I'll check it out afterwards. Google. I'm not supposed to be here? Where's the... Oh, wait. No. That's... weird. It's... Oh, okay. Oh, that's weird. There we go. Alright, use the key. Gucci. Chibachu. I mean, even if this is not speed, I win. Yep. If stamina is equal or lower than 2 at the start of the turn. Nah, I mean, unless it's health. More cheese. So much cheese. Artemis likes cheese. Opponent cannot relocate. Oh yeah, oh I hate this. Okay, this is kinda bad. I'm already dead? There's so much stamina. Oh my god. Okay, break, attack, block, okay. This league gains 3 attack. If that, oh, only on that turn, okay. I cannot relocate. Cannot relocate is like the most painful thing ever. Okay, speed. Oh, good thing. I don't want to let them block. But I'll get this. Yeah! So I can break. No, so I just need 1. Yeah, all good. Break him! Oh. I'll pay a fortune for food. I mean, I have a bunch of cheese here. There we go. 2d6 coin? Not bad. Alright, let's fight this thing again. Oh my god, they know! Okay, 5. And gonna need 1 more. Nah. So 6 attack, 3 block, 5 me first. Okay, good. Break. Oh wait, did I die just now? Where's my feather? Wait, did I die without me knowing? Oh, is it because of Avenge? Is it this? If damage instantly gains 3 attack, it must be this. I didn't check it, but I died just now. Oh my god. I didn't even know. Well, you really want speed, huh? Yeah, no wonder. I'm losing stamina. Oh no, oh no. Why? This game, I swear. Okay, I can still attack them. I just need to be speedy though. This. Okay, 8-6. I win. Break them. I love him though. Look at that. It's so adorable. Adorable. Oh. Yeah. Okay, 8 stamina should be good enough. Wonder what this is. Oh, lucky! Okay, just need one so I can break. Nice. I'll get this. 1, 9 here, and 1 technical. 1 accuracy. What technical? 3、7、7、2、9、4. Yeah, I can break them. Boom. Nice. Whoa, that's a lot of speed. Huh. I mean, are we the first? Resist? No. Strike. Yeah, you can do strike. I'm gonna burn. Maybe I should play defensively for now. Oh, I can just go batch insane, just try to kill them. But they will use too much things though. Let's see. I have this. Grants 1 3 attack. So 3, 4, 7. Actually possible? Yeah, let's do it. Just use some stamina afterwards. There. There. And then I'm first. So I can just bonk them. right? Ah, and I can drop this. Oh no. I think this guy is like relentless question mark? So they can always have 2 stamina. A brightest raid. Oh boy. Yeah, they're relentless. Defense? Yep, I was right. I'll get this for defense. Yep. I'll get this for speed, so I'll act first. Shit, no. Yeah. Oh yeah? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Oop. That's a lot of damage. Oh gee. Oh wow. What should I even get? Get this one. Oh, this is speed, okay. Then seven, 4、5、6、7. One more. 7、5、6、7. Okay, 2, 9 breaks 5. I act first. I need 1 break. So, yeah, that's good. Bong. I don't like the wild. Okay, okay. Yeah, this. You can take that. I mean, I'm gonna act first. Like 7 to 4, 8 to 2. Boom. Oh. Oh, it's getting really dark. You win again. Let me open up the lights real quick. Right, all good. Okay, I came from here, right? Wait, which way did I came from again? Oh, okay. You'll recall, dear reader, that I promised you an interview with the Fire Mora captain who would come to town. Well, she caught me following her, and it turned into an interrogation of me. But your ever-resourceful Scoop managed to turn the near-death experience into what we wanted. Good job, Scoop. Her name is Artemis, and she used to serve directly under Prince Zetaburn. Yes, the Zetaburn. A guy so charming and handsome you want to forget. His nation likes to conquer everyone and burn dissidents to ashes. She's on a quest that has to do with the hubbub of Emperor Loxodon's coronation. Perhaps there's a treasure she needs that only Juice Vale holds? She was quite tight-lipped about any of the juicier details, but she was also not nearly as bloodthirsty as I expected. Terrifying and aggressive? You betcha. But she was a professional through and through. I love her. One secret I did manage to learn is she enjoys spicy Wolof gyros. Useful info if you want to ask her on a date. What? I have a type, okay? She's mine, you little shit. Get her this scoop. Oh, I need to be... Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So long as this is not red, it should be fine. Oh. Oh. Three stamina. Pay 2 stamina in exchange for a random stamina die. It's not a really good equipment. Can I have more phoenix feathers? I'm dropping these. Like, I'd rather get stamina, honestly. Yeah, hopefully I didn't miss anything. Whoa! Oh my god, am I finding her? Oh shit. I'm scared. I only have 1 heart. Alright. Okay. And the power is undeniable, and yet... Had your fun? Do your digging elsewhere, treasure hunter. I'm busy here. I'm no greedy treasure hunter. I'm on a mission for the good of all Aether, including your Flame Imperium. Oh, what could you possibly do for me? Offer a few words of wisdom to start. Keep in mind that the fire that burns hottest burns briefest. Do you really want your precious nation to fizzle out, driven by that shard? She has a point. I can barely contain the power I'm holding. I do not think I could trust such overwhelming might to anyone. Upon reflection, the right of fire was a gift from the gods, passed down to each worthy successor. Noxodon was denied that. Could that mean... You're the jerk who was threatening the witch, and now you're trying to steal one of Jules Vale's treasures? No more warnings, you're going down. Oh yeah? Shit, we're fighting Fleet? Hero's Conviction? Hey, all granted dice turn into stamina dice if stamina is 5 or higher at the start of the turn. -1 stamina each time this ability is triggered. Whoa. Can use stamina at any time of the turn. Shit, that's kinda scary. All granted dice turn into stamina dice if stamina is 5 or higher at the start of the turn. What the fuck? What the fuck? The base stat is 5 on attack? Oh dude, the fleet is stonk. No, I'm drinking the defense. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? They're trying to make me waste all my stamina. So, okay, wait, let me just get back. Is there a way to bait them? They just want to be speedy. There has to be a way to let them waste their stamina. Ooh, this is difficult. I guess I'm gonna burn first? Oh wait, the fleet's gonna go focus. You're not gonna attack? I mean, she doesn't need to. If I do this, she's gonna focus though. She's not even gonna attack. What would I want? Oh. That I'm kinda wasting the stamina points. I use 4, they use 5. So if I here play burn, I kinda win in this exchange, although she's doing focus, so it's kinda scary as well. Ooh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, this I can deal damage now? I get 2 stamina back like this because they gave up. But I sort of baited them. Oh no. Okay, so they don't have to spend that much. But if I break, I can get 2 stamina back. And I'm faster. She's gonna do focus though, which is kinda scary. Oh my god, heroes come. That's so broken. Fuck. I don't know what this 6 is. I'm betting on 6 to be good. 6 on defense, please. Oh, I mean, I'll take it. Five points on defense. How about this? Oh, no, I need... Yeah, no. I need one more speed. This is way fucking harder than I thought. There. At least that they wasted all their stamina, so there's no more hero's conviction, and I can work from there. And she's doing snipe, so which is good. I burn and I get 2 defense. Me first, right? Okay.
Go, Fleet, go. You've got this. Godro Bongo.
Alright. Oh wait, I can do this, so I can break. So I deal 1 damage, right? So 5, 9, 1, 9, 1 against 8, which is good. 3 plus 2 is 5. They're gonna do react, but I'm faster. Right, I'm faster, so yeah, I can block it. Nice. I'm going defense this time. Oh my god, they know. This is a bad exchange. Oh, hi Bree. Fire Emblem looking different. I don't know, Artemis looking really hot. I'm loving Artemis. Look at the Limzard. So good. Also, hope you're doing good, Bree. We're coming. This is burning my brain. They have no stamina, but the draft is not as good. They're going all defense. And they're gonna focus. Are they gonna go focus? Hey, 我忘记打羽毛球啊 Wait, time 几点了？啊？还要7点了？你 OK， 没有换你们2个去也可以。我忘记了。I forgot about badminton. No, I mean, we are Chinese. Okay, wait. If she's gonna focus... Yeah, I forgot about badminton as well. I'm having too much fun with this game. They're gonna focus, but I can get 4 stamina here. They cannot get stamina, that's the thing. So I can win with stamina. That's the man. Yeah, she's doing focus. Let's do it. Oh, wow. Okay, they're going all in. All right. Shit, I'm scared. Oh, huge! Let's fucking go. Oh, but they have low speed, no? No, I just want speed. I don't even need defense at this point, I just need to kill her. There, I have stamina. What can you do about it? None. I'm gonna use this and break you. How about that? I'm gonna snipe? Nah. 9 wingers for... Let's go! Very nice. We killed Fleet. Yikes, I got what I came for. I'm out of here. Oh shit. What was that all about? No matter. What's important is I have... No. Oh, oh, you messed with the wrong lizard. You know what? Let me set a Wiki PC reminder. Press yours for the best. Come, I'll escort you back to the service before getting back to my research. Kill Fleet! Kill Fleet! How dare she stole? How dare she steal? Kill! Oh, you're already at level 2. What if I give you more? Are you gonna become like this? No, I have to leave really quickly. God, I forgot about badminton. You know what? I'm gonna close it here. Tomorrow, what do we do? God, I want to play more of these. I want to play more. Yeah, let's play more of these. Why not? Right? Why not? Yeah, 7 quid. Dude, fuck. Just because of Artemis, I'm in love. Okay. Let's speedrun this shit. Speedrun? More stealth game? Is Dungeon of Aether stealth? Wait, okay. Get here. Yep, Oh, Neo? Oh, shit. Oh, there's Hollow Knight as well. Fuck. Oh no. Oh no. It's all because I bought this game. Rate 2. Also, okay, let me summon Birdie.
I am once again
Oh god!
for your financial support.
Thanks, Britain. Thank you for streaming. You're welcome. Thank yous all for being here. Look at that. One FPS Kobo. Because I'm loading things. Do we even need music? No. We are in this together. Dead silence. Dead silence. Let's go, dead silence. Oh, Hibley? Oh yeah, that's right, Hibley. Speed. Speed is key. Help! I forgot about badminton. Okay, speed on this. Hey chat, did you know that in terms of Kobold and Dragon Relations, Tira is the most compatible Kobold for the dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty cool because she has horns. Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of round on the tips, you know? You could do a lot of things with them. Like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on the motorcycle. Motorcycle. Instead of holding a waist, they can hold your horn. Okay, good. What else do we need? Oh yeah, I need to type in the rate. Dead silence. Let's go. This is one of the...
Hey, Tylra. More Torsalche. Horns.
Thank you. That is way better. Believe. Thanks, Narix.
Hey chat. Did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons?
I'm gonna
It's
ignore.
True. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns.
Lower the voice a little bit.
I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know.
I want to say...
You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon
Thank you all so much for joining me today. I know it's a little bit of a hectic ending, because I forgot about badminton and I need to go really quickly. I'm already late as fuck.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most
right, I want to say thank you all so much for joining me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys are all love. You guys are all valid. You guys are valuable. Very valuable. Very valid. All right.
I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean,
shut the fuck up.
It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips.
Rounded
you know.
on the tips. Yeah,
you could do a lot of things with them.
Here comes
like
the
handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns. That in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold that in terms of kobold and dragon relations? Look. They're long. Kobold and dragon rounded on the horns. The most compatible kobold. There are a lot of things with them.
You use
kind of
flux.
rounded on the tips. Dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle.
I love y'all. I really do.
Dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. They're long. Instead of holding their weight,
The chaos. Hey, don't forget about Kobold raids this time. If you guys have my emote, feel free to use them. If you guys don't, it's totally fine. Use for the emote you guys have, it's totally fine.
I mean, you can do
I
a lot
cannot
of
get
things
the
with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist,
I should
hold
update
your horns.
the rate message. There. Dead silent ending. How about that? Who needs music when you have dead silent? Huh? Dead silence. Okay. I'm just gonna press the rate now button. Alright. See you guys tomorrow. I'm definitely gonna play more Dungeons of Aether. You're welcome. I'll rate now. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Kobold Raid says hi. Godro Bongo Godro Bongo.
I mean, I don't even need to press rate now
hi.
because it's like
Godro
10 seconds.
Bongo Godro Bongo Kobold Raid says hi.
Okay.
Godro
Bye
Bongo
bye.
Godro Bongo Kobold Raid says hi. Godro Bongo Godro Bongo.
Too much chaos. Okay, all good.